Hello? 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 Chat, we played a lot of games yesterday. And I am pretty sure we're going to do the same today. Yeah. I have no idea how long it's going to take to get in today. It might take a minute, it might take an hour. I'm never going to get sick of seeing that, I think. I'm not sure. Oh shit, there is no queue. Oh, no way. There is no queue. We get to just play. I saw a bunch of people had played for like over 30 hours. Uh, like, people were just coming off of the game now. Alright, how the fuck? They were live for 30 hours. That's how that works. Never mind. Mentorship notice. No. Okay, there's nothing I can do with YouTube not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. I'm sorry. This is where we left off yesterday. Yeah, so our... Let's see. Satrap of Rodolph. That's where we're in. Thancred is wearing a grim expression. Accept. First, we want to inform everyone of the situation, then Hana's colleagues included. Call them together for a gathering, but I think it would be best if you were the one to explain. Oh, Nidana. Can you answer me this? Nidana is trapped in the tower. She is still alive. Yes? Then... we must make warding skills. As many as we can. Prototype works perfectly. This is improved as parallel to herself. So let us make more scales. That she and all those who were taken might be saved. As alchemists, this is how we will help win the fight. Friend, Satrap has been made aware of the tragedy. Offers his heartfelt condolences and reiterates his pledge to provide you with all that you require. So at the end, he made me give you this link, bro, that you might personally discuss the production of the warding skills with you. And for our Russian visitors, I bear an invitation. Her report, Mistress Nidana, noted your vital contributions to the talisman's creation. This fact came to the Satrap's attention, and in recognition of your deeds, he wishes to meet you. In addition to thanking you in person, he will also discuss further avenues of collaboration. And so, if it is agreeable, you not accompany me to Razatan for an audience with His Excellency. We should be honored, of course. Closer cooperation between our lands can only be to the benefit of all. Then it's settled. Please come to the gates east of the Giant Skull grounds, and I will show you into the city. sound. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Is there a compass thing nearby? So we're going to Rosa. On. Yeah, see, I don't think that was the one I got from the Ether Compass. Also, I need to hotkey the bike. Dude, I would like to just yeet. All present, then let us proceed. Going to address the tower. The city is currently in a state of high alert, and strict restrictions are in place for entry. Though you have been granted special permission, I ask that you remain close to me at all times. Oh, that's cool.
A vast rock squats upon Favnair, and to its stony surface clings the city of Rods at Han. Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye. The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things. pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun. The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets. But no such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
Here we are. Megaduta.
Damn.
It seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
True.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside.
Hey, Channel, what up? Morning.
Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Ah, splendid. Most splendid. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, satrap of Radzatan.
Oh, damn.
Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale. Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude.
Not everything went to plan.
I assume you speak of Nidana.
Yeah.
A regrettable incident indeed. Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman.
I mean,
That it will
works.
be instrumental in saving Nidana and the others. I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
I think not. This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
Nay, he hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
As you wish.
Damn.
You travel as assistants to the students of Valdesian, but you are known to me.
Oh, the dragon.
Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn. I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
Vritra, of the first brood, sibling to Hraesvelga and Nidhogg.
I, mine elder brothers, of Midgard's Sorma's spawn, I was last to hatch.
Oh shit.
Well, isn't this a surprise?
Not really.
We were told Radzat Han had an alliance with a dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair.
Okay, what changed?
Next to arrive with the Aura. Adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect. And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured. Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility. When it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Radzat Han.
Damn.
But if Vritra is still here, then your position as satrap is just...
A charade, yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Many envy the great worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end. I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who join me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Your eye. It was taken.
Uh-oh.
'Tis here, buried within the semblance of flesh. The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Radzat Han. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my will.
Oh.
That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
I am woven with wards fashioned to deceive such arcane senses. Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered, Estinian warm blood.
You know...
From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another, yet did neither one of us bare his fangs. That is all I need know of thee for now.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Radzat Han. With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence Should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence. Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me. Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings.
You have no idea.
Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Pagalthan and Cartanau, I am told. 'Tis upon that strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear. Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions. And should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales. I worry, however, that even the four of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
Oh.
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go. Steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
It seems a quick trip back to Sharlayan is in order.
Yeah.
Wilt thou not lend thine aid?
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Rads at Han, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
I am in thy debt.
I would have waited until we've actually accomplished anything. Also, can we just appreciate the dragon designs in this game? Wait, so you're telling me I can't actually go inside? That's fucking lame. Meeting took a rather unexpected turn. Both yes and no. We now have a clear objective ahead of us. Let's rejoin our comrades in Sharlayan and muster a suitable crew for our foray into the Tower of Salt. Oh, and if you haven't already done so, be sure to tune to the Aetheryte here before departing. Unless, of course, you enjoy violent nausea. Well, that's goddamn BS. So, we have two cases of worlds that are inaccessible to us. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the one I'm looking for is down there. But I can't get down there, it seems. I need to cross that bridge. But I can't cross the bridge. And it's the same down here. I can't access these places. Oh, I actually do have to just travel back. I actually have to fast travel back. I forgot about that. We teleported out of here. We don't have a choice. You're now in the instant area, Old Charlie and 2. So there's still a fuck ton of people here. I'm apparently in the instance main hall 2 as well. Okay. Just as I was getting used to, I'll meet them there. We're back in Chile, Charlie, and care not to catch your death, eh? We need you for the battles to come. And then everyone appears to be here, so let us take stock of all the developments and discoveries. So this is our first, like, big crossroads. Yeah, this is our, like, so we went out with these first. And then we went out with these. I went out with these secondly, because I thought they would bring a dungeon with them. And they kind of did, but we had to go back here before we could move on. Crown glances at you with expectant eyes. Since there's been progress in both investigations, shall we share the findings from our respective locales? Yes, we should.
Your time in Safnir has certainly been eventful.
Yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah.
In my opinion, carrying out Vitra's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority.
Agreed.
I agree. While I still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have all but exhausted our avenues of investigation. Simply pressing them any harder on the subject will almost certainly result in our expulsion.
Yep.
Therefore, I suggest we explore the ethereal sea connection by way of a letter to Master Matoya, then make our way to Thavnair.
I wonder, even with the protection these talismans afford us, what can we hope to achieve once inside the tower? According to Orenvold and Fodola's report, they were unable to free the Emolja. Worse, their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to a summoning of Luna Ifrit.
Yeah, you know.
What does it tell us that the Spires even have such defenses? Simply pulling a prisoner from the wall is fatal. Thus, the direct approach is doomed to failure from the outset. Any further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary. Unless, of course, there is a way to free the prisoners without killing them. Then it stands to reason that any intruders will be met with overwhelming force.
The towers appeared throughout the world in but the twinkling of an eye. 'Twas by magical means these structures were raised, I surmise. A spire thus conjured must needs be maintained. And I suspect an arcane catalyst, some manner of core, doth lie hidden within.
Probably, yeah.
Destroy the core, and the tower ceaseth to be, thus liberating the captives without harm.
So we can hope. And I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
Assuming Ishtola's reasoning is correct, the chances of the defenses remaining dormant are small to none. Any primals will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another. Our every victory will only compound the prisoner's suffering.
May we not then divide our forces? Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives. That duty can be covered by Urianger, Kryl, Yostola, and myself. The remaining scions will proceed with the search for the core. Admittedly, this strategy puts both parties at greater risk, but it should bolster our chances of saving the Arcosodra by a considerable margin.
I mean,
if you're to fight primals, then you'd best have at least one healer with you.
And I am more than happy to fulfill that role. I found wielding a sage's armament to be rather intuitive, and look forward to testing them against a more challenging foe.
It seems we have a plan. All that remains is to carry it out. I will inform Radzat Khan of our movements, so let us make our preparations and regroup near the tower.
No,
The military post in what's left of the Hamsa hatchery should serve as a convenient staging point.
That sounds perfect. And remember, the experimental aetherite at the confluence is there for those who need it, so there's no excuse for being late.
We've been fast traveling so little that we... Oh yeah, so this is the reason why we need the bike. Because we don't have any movement speed buffs yet. And the bike automatically has stage 1. Which, I mean, should cost like 30 euros. It's not a cheap mount. Ah, our friend of Eorzea. We've been expecting you. You and yours will lead the mission into the tower, I'm told. Warding scales will be delivered soon. Till then, please stand by at the boat we readied. When your fellows arrive, I will direct them to join you. Pray for your safety and success. Okay. See your destination. These are some fucking fancy ass boats. This is the future of Aetheryte travel. I think I'll stick to boats. No warning, however empathetic, could have prepared me for that. On account of which we are a little late, but fighting fit, mostly. Friends, permit me to thank you for accepting this mission. You will be, we should still call you, or Sean, I suppose. Indeed. Would not do to confuse our soldiers. Very well then. Our part, we are humbled that you should see fit to entrust us with your warding skills. Please convey as much to His Excellency. One for each of you. Please accept them with my blessings. Thanks. With these, we can go anywhere. Those with the blessing of light can go. Only for this operation either, but all the ones to come will finally break your monopoly on primals. I've been waiting for this day. Wouldn't mind carrying all as before, you know. In that case, they're all yours from now on. But I'm afraid we can't let you retire just yet. You're the sun's brightest star after all. Everyone is amenable to it. Let us review the strategy for good measure. As previously agreed, we will divide into 2 groups. And our band will break through the tower's defenses and locate its core. Meanwhile, the rest of us will tend to the prisoners, who will doubtless want for healing due to their duress of repeated soundings. Thrones which the tower bringeth forth shall be deities of Thavnarian myth. So we have no prior experience of such foes. Pray exercise the utmost caution when confronting them. Commence the operation at your word, my friend. People of Thavnir, nay, the entire world, we must prevail. You're so dramatic, Alphino. You're so dramatic. Tower of Salt now accessible. Alright, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna form a party. Man, I'm not gonna lie, my plan was actually to take Estinian, Thancred, and Yuri. Commence. First duty.
You're mine!
Oh shit, do I have to do that? That's very impractical.
I have you now! My turn! You cannot stop us!
Nope. Oh, they are going that way. Okay. Man, I'm missing all the big numbers.
There! You cannot stop us! My turn!
Is it though?
You cannot stop us!
I think I want to do that instead. Where I just turn off the background music. Instead of the master. Holy fucking mechanics, dude.
You cannot stop us! Try and stop me!
So I'm kind of lucky that I know how to play this. Kind of know how to play this from before. Whoa, I'm so screwed, dude. I hate that I don't see where everyone is going, and I can't tell which one is what. I'm sure there's a way to see it, but I'm not catching it now. I don't know how many versions of this song we've heard since. Okay, so it's just 8. Lizard. That vile bullshit.
On guard! On guard!
I did the exact same mistake twice. So I apparently go by the casting order, and well, I try to move by the casting order. On that second one. Third one. And that's exactly what you're not supposed to do. This one just felt worse because I was like, I was out of the circle and I still died.
You're mine! You cannot stop us!
I don't know about that, dude.
My turn! You cannot stop us! Try and stop me!
You underestimate me.
Damn, dude. Even when I started moving at the same time as them, I still fucked up. I didn't see I was standing in the thing. Dude, this is unforgiving. It's like one whoopsie and you wipe.
You're mine!
I have you now.
My turn! There! You cannot stop us!
I have you now.
I kind of feel like no matter what I do, I'm doing the wrong thing.
Let's give them a show. On guard. I have you now.
Oh yes, Sabathon's offending. That is exactly what we need. What eye level are they? $520. They look fucking amazing though.
Prepare yourself!
Okay.
I have you now. You underestimate me.
See, that kind of makes sense.
You cannot stop us!
you now.
My turn! There!
I have you now.
I wonder if this means that we're getting like a proper
You're mine!
AoE rotation. The AoE rotation we had. Not that great. A free chest. Slaying amulet.
I have you now.
Oh, that gives you more time. That's what, if you stack them. No, it doesn't do that either, it just wastes the thing. Well, that's actually kind of good to know. You know, I'm not gonna complain because I need like all this laying gear. Ooh.
On guard.
Okay, but now that we actually have some mobility.
My turn! You're mine! You cannot stop us! My turn!
Let's give them a show!
Okay, so it's the one that doesn't dance. That's pretty much. I don't have anything that uses scouting gear, do I?
There! You cannot stop us! You're mine!
You know, we say that, but we've died a lot. Or rather, you guys haven't, but I have. So I'm not sure that is entirely true.
You cannot stop us!
So this last boss here is going to be all 3, I think.
There!
Oh, I'm sorry. That hurt.
You cannot stop us! My turn!
No, I agree. They probably cannot, but oh, that's the core. I'm probably gonna try and keep as many things as possible up prior to the final fight here.
I have you now.
Oh shit. I was not ready for that. Cost we must protect the tower. Elect Magus sisters. Yeah, told you. Wait, can I? No, you need a... Third and final sister, I hope. Yeah, boy, do I got news for you.
I have you! You cannot stop us!
have you now.
Try and stop me! You're mine!
This is the absolute worst.
I have you now.
My turn!
I am somehow still alive.
You're mine!
With heart and steel.
Oh wait, so you actually just have to fight one of them? No.
I have you now.
You cannot stop us!
I have you now.
Yep, no, that looks about right. Okay. Okay, now I have a question. I don't have the trust level to go back in and try this again. But now I'm curious, if I take out the two first sisters, do we get less mechanics or do they respawn? High Fire 2. This was fun. really good dungeon.
Is everyone all right?
Well, kinda. I did
We
kill
fortified the
us
captives with
multiple
what
times.
magics we could. Have the defenses been disabled? All appears quiet for the moment.
Yeah.
The lower floors were disturbing enough, but this place feels wrong.
Duh.
The ether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire.
I believe we stand in the tower's beating heart. What sayest thou, Ishtola?
I see it. Ether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point.
Oh yeah?
This is the core we seek.
No shit?
Yet something is off. As large as this structure is, it siphons far more ether than is required to sustain it. 'Tis as if the core is feeding on the energy, consuming it. I need to take a closer look. Curious. There is something there embedded inside the core. A man's limb.
This is what we came to destroy?
Yes, if you would be so kind.
He's gonna high heat and nuke the thing, isn't he? Oh yeah. Oh dude, Estinian is so extra.
And that should be the end of it.
Should.
What now?
I don't know what they expected would happen.
My theory that the tower might come crashing down following the core's destruction doth appear to be correct.
Bully for you! And how are we supposed to survive the fall?
What of the prisoners below?
The floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves!
Bloop.
I pray I'm not too late.
What happened? Where are we?
Oh, is this how he gets to, like, the lower part? No. Maybe?
By my reckoning, we're still on the island where the tower stood. But 'tis as if it never existed.
Oh.
Hardly a scratch. But how?
You know our time traveling friend? Yeah, that one.
Graha wove a levitation spell at the last moment. Large enough to catch everyone, it would seem.
That explains the lack of obvious injuries.
The expenditure of so much ether has taken its toll. He will need plenty of rest, but should otherwise be none the worse for wear.
Okay, so that's one
Then the
tower
immediate
done.
problem is what to do with our new friends here. They'll be much changed for their time in the tower. Even if their bodies are intact, I doubt we could say the same for their minds.
Yeah, well, duh. No shit.
Angelo and I will take care of that.
Yeah, you got this.
I have every faith in you, Alize, but there are just too many for you to treat alone.
We'll send at once to Eorzea for more Porksies, and call on the local mages to lend a hand.
Hail, Scions! We were watching the tower when it simply disappeared. What happened here?
Yes.
The threat is banished, and thy people delivered. They are, however, in need of treatment, and we of a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision.
You shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these unfortunate souls to the city.
I mean, we did it. This actually feels like we've made significant progress through this. Tancred. Liberated prisoners are being transported to Radsatan for treatment. Alice and Yishol will receive the administration of the tempering treatment with support from those who know a healing spell or two. We'll go and join them in the city once you've had a moment to catch your breath. You may now enter the Tower of Zot with a party of NPC avatars. To make use of this feature, open the Trust interface. What is the... Wait, what's the difference between scenario? You may challenge previously completed main scenario dungeons with an party of NPCs. This mode, NPCs who originally accompanied you can be selected. Oh, that's kind of cool. So since I played it with these people, I can go back and do it again with those same people. Yeah, so this is a problem. So I began leveling my trust, but I never completed it. Close. Dude, Chal, how are you today? Really about it. I don't know how or what to feel. I mean, kinda, yeah. I think this is a healthy place to take a break, though. Oh, that fucking dancing clip, dude. Oh. Forgot to tell. What's up? We're pulsing in Australia. Damn. But yeah, that's the plan. So I feel a lot better today. What? There was a sneeze in the background? I didn't hear no sneeze. But yeah, okay. I'm gonna go grab me a smoke. Yeah. I need a little break. Need to get up and move around a little bit. Because I'm like kind of fucked up from yesterday. I took some bad choices when it comes to like taking breaks and moving. But yeah, I'm trying to get only take a break like every 2-ish hours. I have packed lunch today as well. So we're ready for like the long haul. I did get sleep. I fucking conked out immediately after dinner yesterday. And I slept until I woke up. At like whenever I talked to the Discord. That was like the first thing I did. Well, the first thing I did was I checked my alarm because I was sure it was supposed to ring, but no. And I got up, had breakfast, I made lunch, and now we're here. We're 2 hours in. We played the first dungeon. We can go back and play it as like a scenario thing. We can go level stuff if we want to do that. Oh my god, that's so funny. True, so fucking true, dude. Yeah, if you'd like to help support what we do here, there's a link in chat. You can click that. Also, for anyone who's just growing up, if you want to help spread the word, here's the live tweet. We will share that with friends, family, cork, and pets. Here's a Be Right Back screen. The music is playing, should be playing, and I'll be right back.
Slipping through the night, losing sight of life, only satisfied. Slipping through the night, slipping through the night, losing sight of life, only satisfied. Slipping through the night. Slipping through the night.
Your first line is, my name is Claude, so just repeat after me. Je m'appelle Claude. Je te coupe là. Let's try it again. Je m'appelle Claude.
Je te clean blue. Gotta smile it out. I've never been a sweet time, hardly even smooth when it comes down to a cute girl in my room. I'm not even that young, can't blame it on the booze, cause whenever there's a cute girl, my brain hits the snooze. I got a prickle on my skin, I can play a violin, sing a serenade. Wow, summon flowers from my sleep, so caught up in your smell. Dance to whatever you say, girl, I know we just met, you make me speak français. Salut. Oui. Je t'aime. Très bien. Oh, do you know who I am? But you make me speak français. Feels like we're in Paris, away from our parents. I'm kind of a chain smoker, but with you I wanna do better. Never been a go-getter, but I wanna get with you forever, ever. Cause you're not just a cute girl in my room. Never. Feels like we're in Paris, away from our parents. I'm kind of a chain smoker, but with you I wanna do better. Never been a go-getter, but I wanna get with you forever, ever. Cause you're not just a cute girl in my room. Never. I got a prickle in my skin, I can play a violin, sing a serenade. Wow, summon flowers from my sleep, so caught up in your smell. Dance to whatever you say, girl, I know we just met, you make me speak français. Salut. Oui. Je t'aime. Très bien. You're not just a cute girl, don't get me wrong. I love your face. speak français. Salut. Oui. Je t'aime. Très bien. Girl, I know we just met, but you make me speak français. Got a prickle on my skin, like you play a violin, sing a serenade. Wow, sending flowers from my sleeve, so caught up in the smell, down to whatever you say. Girl, I know we just met, but you make me speak français.
I have to start going back to you. Back to you. Back to you. Back to you.
Hello.
I have to start going back to you.
Whew. Oh, I think I need to grab another monster. Ah! Yes. Absolutely. Oh. Yeah, I did. I did. Okay. So we're going to Rodzatan. Jewel of Thavnair. Thanker is rested and ready to set out. Had enough rest, have you? Never were one for being idle. Never were one for being idle. Right. Warshan bade us come to Megadukta at our earliest convenience. Others will join us there once they have finished tending to the prisoners. Wait. Second thought. You and Estinian should go on ahead. I need to make a quick detour and buy the great work. Left Gra in the alchemist's care. You see, best to fetch him before he's crammed into a specimen jar. Just you and me then. Guardsman at the gate should wave us through. Yeah, southeast, it's the one down there. We should be able to get through and down now. Unless this is still closed off. Honored Science, you are free to enter at your leisure. As I cannot leave my post, I'm afraid you must make your own way. The required directions in the city, the sentry stationed at the fountain atop the steps should be glad to assist you. Though I've been throughout Han before, this place is a veritable maze. Veritable maze. Rather than risk getting lost, we had best ask for directions from the sentry at the fountain. Lead the way, and don't expect me to act as your tour guide like certain others. Okay. I do hope I can get some bonus dialogue. Mr. Samaya, I presume? I understand you are here for an audience with the salt shop. You require directions to Duta. I should be glad to provide them. Saltrop's residence is situated in Dharma, highest part of Rodsalt Hall. Get there. Would ordinarily recommend a route that take you by the bazaars in the cities in the north. Due to the state of alert, however, most businesses are currently closed and either at disabled. As such, I will provide you with an alternate path. First, please ascend the steps next to this fountain, then continue left. There will be more steps, and upon ascending them, you will emerge on the Hoxas path. Proceed through the large door on the right, and you will arrive at Reveda Fibers. Within, you'll find another sentry who will give you further guidance. Other words, we head up. Sounds straightforward enough. Discuss the sumptuous portal. Yes, I know about this portal. It leads to a nearby isle. Treasure vault of one of Rodsalt Han's wealthiest families. Took the god of luck as their guardian, on account of which they occasionally open up a section of their vaults, inspiring treasure hunters to try their own luck, or so they say. Also, coffers hidden across the land that act as portals. Find one, and you gain access to the vault. Something to bear in mind in case you exhaust your funds while on the road. A troublesome experience, as I can personally attest. Man, I didn't expect Estinian to be of the... I didn't expect Justinian to be of the treasure hunting kind. So if this is closed off, can I not attune to it? Huh. Huh. So that's the dialogue thing for the Excitotron then, probably. Full Radiant. Heading to Duta, are you? In that case, please follow this hallway to my right and go through the door at the top of the stairs. We'll merge at entrance to the airship landing, where another sentry should be on hand to assist you. Incidentally, if you ascend the steps to either side of me, you'll find workshops. Veil of Fibers. Though you're free to observe the artisans, take care not to lose your way. Discuss the vibrant textiles. Thavnerian weave. Hard to imagine more vibrant stuff. I dare say Emmerich would be partial to the gold thread. And the blue, of course. He loves his blue. Never put much thought into what I wear. A spare set of clothing is usually all I carry. If that isn't enough, I can always obtain some locally. Gonna sneak off and attune to this real quick. Oh. Wait, why would it tell us to go here? If it wants us to go up here. You're here for an airship. I'm afraid all flights have been suspended until further notice. State of alert is still in effect. Perhaps it's for the best. That aside, if you're not here for an airship, well, we have... That aside, we're not here for an airship. We have business at the Megaduta. Well, in that case, permit me to direct you. From here, it's quite simple, really. Ascend these steps and then continue straight ahead and across the bridge. You cannot miss it. Oh yeah, we came from the person down there. Oh, now we have another dialogue thing. We're passing by here with Roshan. Situation being as it was, he regretted not being able to show us the sights. Has yet to return to normal here, but when it does, you ought to pay another visit. Though the city is confusing, the food is quite good. I'm partial to Hamsa myself. Meat surprisingly tender and flavorful. Fucking. I don't think it'll ever cease to amaze me how much they're able to do with such old game tech. Greetings and welcome. May I inquire after your business? Members of the Science of the Seventh Dawn, come at the invitation of His Excellency. Yo, bruh. Steve-O, what up? Bruh. How's the dad life, dude? Come at the invitation of His Excellency. Of course, we've been expecting you. Show you into the audience chamber, and if you please follow me. Cutscenes. Voiced or no?
Are we the last to arrive?
Yeah.
I hope we've not kept you waiting.
No, it's fine.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
Much better, thank you. Harness remedies are certainly potent in more ways than one.
Oh my.
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
He doesn't have much knowledge about us.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
Yeah. Just traumatized.
Valiant scions, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude. You cast down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence.
Yup. That's us.
No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales. Pray accept your due reward, along with the goodwill of Radzathan.
Thank you.
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the High Crucible of Alchemia. Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
Damn. We actually helped.
We are humbled by your generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of Radzathan will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
'Tis of no moment. A mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
Fair. Still sucks ass though.
Albeit brief, my involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man. Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply. And yet, you chose to live among men.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made. In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
It's like a Christmas miracle.
'Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question.
This music always fucks me up. It's
The
Heaven's
Telophoroi
Word
are
music.
intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
Nay. When war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company. He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift.
Oh shit.
Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydaelyn to whom you must look for answers.
Yep, that keeps being a reoccurring thing. I don't know why we're so surprised about it.
Seek you to divine the will of this star? If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort. 'Tis a story from my youth, many, many years ago. To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one? To which Midgardsummer did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope. He believed so long as Hydaelyn endured, so too might dragonkind. Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since. Yet take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydaelyn does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
True. Very true. Telophoroi can also
We
go
must take our
fuck
leave,
themselves.
but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
Fucking Kryl, dude. Oh, Kryl is great.
Prithee, a moment.
Yeah, sure.
There is one whom my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion. This hero of renown and rumor, 'tis thee.
It is. I have crossed paths, yes. Only wish he could be here with us now.
I know of his clash with Omega, and the long slumber which was his price. Yet even closed in sleep, my father's eyes are far from blind. He is watching over thee, watching over this world.
Oh man.
'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgardsummer's trust. But alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread. For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, wheel enmeshed with woe.
Yeah.
Amidst this tangled knot, thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without surcease. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence.
That one was rough. Last one there. That one was hard.
Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. The hope thou wilt need come the end. Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss. Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
Apologies. We hadn't meant to interrupt.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
'Tis I who must apologize. I have detained your champion overlong with idle chatter. Go.
Ah, yes.
At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
Man, I love this game. This fucking rude throwing. The Heaven's Word music in there. That always, I don't know why, but that always fucks me up. Okay, I'll say. You got to say. You and Vritra talking about? Nothing? Very well, if you say so. Others have gone ahead to the High Crucible. Let's catch up to them. Yes. Alfie. Archon Loaf. Oh, okay. So I'm pretty far behind then. Alphino has a mind to join the others at the High Crucible. Tendon was kind enough to give me directions to the High Crucible. First, let us return to the Mulberry Orchard. Hey, I said the word. I've had so much trouble with that word. Hello. Here we're supposed to follow the path left and past the mulberries. This place is fucking huge. I attuned to this, right? Yeah. Where is street? Turns, enter the door straight ahead, and descend the steps. Thought the Crystarium was confusing, but it doesn't compare to Raz at all. The architecture and the decorations make it even harder to get your bearings. Anyway, let's see where this door takes us. hikers will have to be up there then. Here's the Aetheryte Plaza. So far so good, and there isn't much further to go. From here we just need to cross to the other side of the hall and pass through the larger of two doorways. The hikers will lies beyond. Expect the others have already collected the warding scales. Come, let us join them. Oh, there's actually a retainer thing here. Summoning belt, that's what they're called. No. That's fine. That is really cool. Where is that from? It's a level 70 item. Oh, that is great. Here was another thing. There's no teleporter up here. That's a fancy as fuck oven. That's probably not an oven. We'll see. We're lost, of course. But at least we found the place. True. True.
These are the talismans we were promised.
More Endwalker music.
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for. Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper, and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations.
Damn.
Of course, we would need to consult with various Alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated.
I mean, there is that.
To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
Yeah, you do that. I want to
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here. And Doma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
We shall share the burden then. Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
Oh yeah. What could possibly go wrong?
Please, I must speak with you.
What's up?
Nidana, you're awake.
Yes. When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption.
Yep, that would be the little
It seems I've
red
been
one.
asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come.
As you said, Nidana was captured only recently. Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough. All of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You've saved Havnir from an awful fate.
Well, duh. That's kind of what we do.
Yet who hath truly saved whom? Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy.
Also
Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
The talisman? Is this true?
Yeah, we have like a bajillion of them.
Oh, I was so groggy from sleep. I didn't even think to ask. great work sent across the seas. It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it.
Look at that. Its color is completely changed.
What do you have there?
It's a emotion flower, I think.
How unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
You imply that it is distinct from ether?
Foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts. Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows.
Okay.
Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach. A gift bestowed from on high, or torn from the heavens in some traditions. Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate. The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion. As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities. That is a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
I really must hear more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest. But even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research. Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
Nonsense. You have nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
Shall we depart for Sharlayan then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the Annex.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
So I think I'm just missing one after this one. And of course the... wait, what? Oh, because that's the one I'm at. So we would have to go here then. We've attuned ourselves to all of the Ethernet. Oh, that was a lot further down than I was expecting. Okay, so we have to go to the Valdesian Annex. We still can't travel freely in and out of Radsat Han. Wait, is it fucking snowing? How long were we gone? Crap. Good to be back. The fruit door and labor safely in storage. For now, we have but to wait for the others to return from their respective meetings with the Alliance leaders. As Tancred suggested, you should get some rest in the meantime. Oh yeah. I can't finish the thing because there we go. I'm back. Crown has apprised me of your recent accomplishments. What an amazing feat to eliminate the tower and pave the way to deal with the rest. While it isn't much, I've changed your sheets and put up your pillow. After all, there is nothing like collapsing in a nice clean bed after completing a major milestone, be it penning a thesis or defeating deformed entities. So, would you like to take a look at your new and improved lodgings now? Yes. Oh, we get bread. Highline interaction. Oh look, it's gray again.
Take heart and protect them well.
Good, you're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you?
No.
We've bought quite a spread if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
Oh, that's amazing.
Lest you wonder, we invited Estinian as well. But he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Charlian cuisine is not to his liking.
Oh, I don't know about that. Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time apart.
What? To perfect his brooding stare? Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Charlian feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
An excellent idea. Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
Poor Estinian, beset on all sides.
Oh, I love these moments of wholesomeness and storytelling.
Speaking of
in
one's
this game.
physical condition, Mistress Quile, I hear you recently played literal host to Heidelin herself.
And what an experience that was. Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done. If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since.
Heidelin instructed you to carry that flower, yes? Twill be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it? Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radzat-Han?
Yeah.
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt. The relief of a people with renewed hope.
Indeed. And in turn, I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon, and knowing we were on the right path. I know we've not yet triumphed over the Telophoroi, or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans. But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day. Hey, that's mine.
To the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume?
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
Or, to put it simply, you used it to sneak around the Forbidden Archives.
Yes. Well, after a fashion. They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
Oh.
Oh. You know, these are my quarters. I call the nights. Are we pushing on until dawn?
I'm not that ambitious. But 'tis pleasant to idle away the hours every once in a while.
True. No. More meta knowledge.
Ah! Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that. I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news. Our tower in Thavnir has been toppled, and I need not tell you by whom. Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon ether. If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes questionable.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome. Honestly, talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
No. All else is... equal. Equally tedious. Equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke. But then came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot, enough to set my soul aflame. I basked in the afterglow until the void yawned once more, and then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before.
Burn. Let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
He's just a little crazy. Just slightly.
How wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more. I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
Probably both.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence. Nevertheless, you are mistaken. For I do find this part somewhat enjoyable. You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed, all the faces incomplete. The setting, too, was unknown to me, so I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth. Much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too.
Oh.
Yes. I think that is something we can both enjoy.
On wings of hope. I have mixed feelings. I've always had mixed feelings about meta knowledge. Especially in a game like this, where it's like, there's so many ways we could have been privy to said information. Cause like we have the echo, we have all these like we have all these things that would explain that would explain why we have meta knowledge, and they were used to explain why we had meta knowledge. Even earlier in this expansion, it has been the explanation for why we have certain knowledge about certain things, like why we know who Fandaniel was before he became Fandaniel. Like, we knew about all these things, and like, we have the plot device item, or the plot device ability to know about these things. Yeah, we sit with some, like, yeah, we still never use it to actually gain the meta knowledge. Like, most of the meta knowledge we get, which is fucking stupid, honestly. .525 weapon. Okay. Sound the bell, school's in. Crow and Rotia were having a pleasant conversation until you barged in. Yo, there you are. Feeling refreshed, I hope. Just about to make my way to the studio. As it happens. Wanted to try and speak with the Scorch on Monte Try. Thank him for coming to our rescue and the rostrum. As it turns out, he'd come here to see us following the hearing, only to find that we had already departed for Thavnir. Knowing him, he was probably hoping to tune with his former students. Since we're still waiting for Yashona and the others, I thought now the perfect time to pay him a visit. Care to join? Sure. It's settled. Twins will be coming too. Assuming Alphino can tear himself away from his new toys, I'll let you rally the troops while I go on ahead to the phenomenal. Considering my recent impropriety, perhaps I should avoid showing my face around the stadium for a time. Might be for the best. Others should return. If the others should return, tell them will not be long. first roll. Well, kinda. Skark himself was here. In that case, what are we waiting for? Too am eager to see him, though I somewhat dread the thought of visiting the studio. Dare say our notoriety precedes us. No, all people worrying over his reputation, and as our alma mater, no less. Little Wonders never cease. Understand soon enough. Off we go. What have you missed now? But story-wise or chat-wise? If you're wondering why there's missing messages in the chat, it's just those random bots, which I can't figure out their purpose. I've been trying for a really long time. I'm not gonna lie, I've been trying for a really long time to figure out what the fuck's the deal with the Vasktech bot comments, but I can't figure it out. Absolute doo-doo. Oh, true. True. Here it is, phenomenon. While I expect you made note of it before, one can hardly miss it. This is the first time you've been here on official business, correct? While most of the space is taken up by the expansive auditoriums, it also houses numerous laboratories, testing grounds for experimental magics, and a host of administrative I don't know. Administrative. No. Offices. So forth. As the center of what would later become the studium, it was established to promote the study of etherological phenomena, hence the name. Though with ether being a fundamental aspect of nature, its scope expanded to include every conceivable facet of life and even the universe itself. And then, in the 432nd year of the 6th astral era, phenomenon was decreed complete and the studium officially opened as a place of learning. With a long and storied history, it is without question the world's leading authority on etherology, the arcane, the occult, astromancy, and countless other fields, standing proud as Charlian's foremost educational institute. You always did enjoy giving the grand tour to new students. Also, I'm kind of surprised that Alphino isn't an Archon. That's like the thing that gets me. How can you be top of your class and like done with all the thesis bullshit and not be an Archon? Indeed, I've long since lost track of how many times he has recited the same foppish speech. Such is his undying love for his old stamping grounds. Was in top form back then. Youngest to enter the studium, graduated with highest honors in magical arts and etherology. Undisputed champion of the debating chamber. He's a fucking nerd. Hold on. You both joined the studium at the same age, yes? From where I stand, you're equally prodigious scholars. Nice of you to say, but Alphino actually entered half a year before me. Nor did I do well enough to graduate with honors, and I'm clearly not the studium's most notorious master debater. All aspects have I ever been in his shadow. If nothing else, just remember that this was where the legend of Alphino began. I should expect everyone to be fully aware of our recent escapades. Hopefully, we'll be somewhat more welcome here than we were at the last stand. You know better than anyone the adoration the student body has for Alphino, and with a bit of luck, it might work in our advantage. Oh, there's no time like the present. First things first, let's look for Skark. Other faculty tend to frequent their offices, but unfortunately for us, he's fond of wandering wheresoever his whims take him. Split up and ask the students if they've seen him. It's gonna fall to me if I find out where the fuck this character is. Citable student. That was Alphino, wasn't it? The Alphino. And he's with his sister and Master Baldician's granddaughter. Oh. I might have missed that in the prior. This can only mean one thing. An event of shattering proportions is fast approaching. Spread the word. Oh. Sorry, you said you're looking for the scholar, yes? Knowing him, he could be anywhere. Olimpo should have a better idea. Yeah, dude, this place still feels a little of the ancients' creation. Okay. Are you lost? Wandering off the street, perhaps? Hey, don't tell me. You're a trainee gleaner fresh off the guild ship. I'm right, aren't I? Silly of me. Orientation is in order. Allow me to bid you a warm welcome to Searcher's Meet. Start with a question. What is the most important thing you'll find in the studio? That's right, books. What's the second most important? Fine. That's simple. Everything else. That's what we deal with here at the Searchers Meet. Whenever the students or tutors find themselves in need of equipment or materials, they come to us. If we don't have it in our stores, we send clearance off to find it. Honestly, you wouldn't believe some of the requests we get. I've Paisa this tongue of Gigantode. That. It's enough to make your hair stand on end. which is possibly what some of our students are trying to accomplish, this being a school of magic and all. As our newest gleaner, you'll have your work cut out for you, but I think you'll find it quite rewarding. Only thing I'm interested in gleaning is information on the scholar's whereabouts. Tracked down many miscellaneous knickknacks in my time, but I'm no gleaner. True, we've had to grab so many weird things. What you're telling me is you're not a gleaner? Is that exactly what you said, isn't it? And you're looking for Skark? I'm afraid we don't have any of those in stock, but I can't. Oh, you mean him. I like this person. He was here, but now he's not. Did speak with him shortly before you arrived, though. He said he was on his way to Maker's Meet. Go back the way you came in, and you'll see it opposite side of the entrance. It's a laboratory of sorts, home to many rare and expensive curios. Not to mention alarmingly frequent accidents. God damn. If you lose your way, just follow the bloody curdling screams. God, no. And the time it's taken me to tell you all of this, the Scholar has probably already left. Best of luck finding him. I have a feeling you'll need it. I have no idea who this character is, but I really hope we get to do some bullshit with them later. Level-headed student. Yes, the Scholar was here a short while ago. He offered me advice on my current research project. Though we spoke at length, I don't recall him mentioning where he was planning to go next. When we parted ways, he went down the corridor, perhaps to one of the auditoriums. Maybe. I wonder where he is. Could he be here?
Ah, I remember you.
You do? Cool.
I pray we have not caught you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why we're here. I forgot.
Well, I could hardly let that Inquisition go unchallenged. I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the Annex afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galuf and Louisoix in a less dour setting.
Oh.
But it seems I just missed you. I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the Forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye. You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Matoya's prize student. Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, don't hesitate to ask.
Oh, that's fucking great, dude.
If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy. Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried. Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic. As such, those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
That's fucked up.
How is that even possible?
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat.
This might come in handy.
We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology.
Oh, yeah.
The ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into three forms. Two are of the incorporeal sort, the soul and the memory. Can anyone tell me the third?
Corporeal ether.
Yes, very good. This is the form with which the layman is most familiar. Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities, and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of ether is in constant flux. In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked.
Yeah, so about that.
Picture the soul as paper, and memories as words written upon it. Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
Redacted.
It would blot out everything that was written.
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well. In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
The seventh Umbral Calamity. The people of Eorzea vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm. But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Indeed. To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act.
Oh, that's fucking incredible.
The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle.
High-grade mode.
And yes, it is a contravention of the Sharlayan prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation. Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process. A necessary evil. You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace?
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty. Barring that, we must wait until we return to the ethereal sea. For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean. And our memories drift apart and dissolve, rather defeating the purpose, I suppose. But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
What happens after that?
We are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew. Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form. Both theories have their proponents. Personally, I consider each equally probable. Well, I think that's enough education for today, now that I've given you some food for thought. Or rather, an entire banquet.
Oh, he has dry teacher humor. Fuck, dude.
I would remind you
That's
that
great.
although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you. I'll arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldessian, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend.
Nice.
Oh, and I suggest you speak with Ki Aliapo. She's well known among the artisans of Sharlayan, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits, wheresoever they may take you.
Fair. So the event he talked about, no, it said something. I didn't catch it. We know the event he was talking about, the seventh umbral calamity, and how everyone remembers Bahamut destroying everything, but no one remembers what happened afterwards. That event is the that is 1.0 ending. The server's going offline for 1.0. That's what they. Which is like a reasonable reason why the NPCs doesn't remember anything between like the servers going offline and the servers going back online. Oh, Sights of the End. That's the sightseeing log. Yeah, great mode. How are you? How's thanks? I'll probably be taking a break here shortly. I don't think I want to start another quest before I go out and grab smoke. Dude, I actually went to bed early. I did oversleep, though. I did oversleep, though. Because I set the wrong alarm. I'm not. I wanted to play. I wanted to get up early and play this. But I had set my alarm for Monday. So you know there's that. But I mean, I've still managed to be live for like 4 hours. That's a long nap, yeah. If I'd slept until Monday, that would have been terrible. I would have been so sad. But yeah, no, I woke up an hour later than I had intended. Dude, I went to I ended stream last night. I fucking soinked out and I was gone. I was like actually struggling to stay awake for long enough to like consume my meal. It was really bad. But yeah, it's been about 4 hours, so I'm gonna take a little bit longer of a break. I'm gonna grab me a sandwich. Don't worry, they're pre-constructed, so it shouldn't take that much longer than a normal break. And then we're ready to continue the fuckery that is Endwalker. It's really good, and it's doing a lot of things right. It's doing a lot of things right when it comes to like tying everything together. So yeah, I'll put on some tunes for you guys. Breakfast thing happening soon. Probably lurking wing it. Well, that's fair. You go enjoy your breakfast, and or you'll be fixing your damn hub. What did you do to your hub? Actually, we can talk about it when I come back. So yeah, I'm gonna see you all soon.
was that?
What do you want to hear repeatedly on the radio this year?
Something that sounds like the music I already listened to, but with different words.
Dunno really. Oh, if it's on, I'll listen to it. Loud guitars, tattoos, anything else is a bonus.
To ask my friends what they think first.
I don't do this often, you caught me off guard. All of my friends said you moved out west. You tell me stories underneath sunsets. Could it be more than just one night? Kissing the cab ride, head turning left, right. Get a ticket for two to wherever you choose. Drinking some red out of the blue. You say my name with your accent, makes me remember how much I missed you. Hope you're planning to stay for a million days. You'll be my summer in December. Hey boy, trust my intuitions always. I'm not superstitious, I got lucky. Stole your heart and it was not for the taking. I'm bad at pretending, you know I'll be true. Sunday mornings and midnight lights, turning to songs that you watched me write. Stole your sweater on that night, you took a picture, keep by my bedside. So you're mine when you're gone, baby, please don't be long. I got my ticket to the west side. You say my name with your accent, makes me remember how much I missed you. Hope you're planning to stay for a million days. You'll be my summer in December. Hey boy, trust my intuitions always. I'm not superstitious, I got lucky. Stole your heart.
take the blame. I've seen the world go down in flames. I felt the strain of every loss I can't reclaim. Our steps retraced from when we went our separate ways. I've missed these days. I never thought we'd see this place again. I know the feelings always fade, but nothing else could make me stay. It's not too late for us to slip away. I know the feelings always fade. It's not too late for us to slip I've walked this road, the one foretold would lead us home. Our fate's unknown, but time will mend our broken bones. I've held the weight of all these years spent in decay. These times are strange. I never thought I'd see your face again. I know the feelings always fade, but nothing else could make me stay. It's not too late for us to slip away.
And we're back. For anyone new, welcome, and for anyone still here, thank you. What up, nerds? Let's go questing. Let's see. Capital idea. Crown still digesting a rather hefty portion of food for thought. Well, that's given me much to mull over. I feel as though we're all one step closer to understanding the forum's true motives and the mysteries of life itself for good measure. It's funny, I came here with the intent of expressing my gratitude, only to leave more indebted than before. I have a feeling his friendship and support will be a great boon to us in days to come. On that note, let's head back to the annex. Perhaps on the way you could better acquaint yourself with King Liable, as the scholar suggested. While I share our findings with Ra. So the faculty is where you go if you want to do the new crafter quests. Oh, welcome back. From what I hear, your trip to the studio proved most educational. While you were away, I received word from our fellow science. As expected, news of the warding scales was met with much joy. Preparations are now underway to bring the leadership of the Grand Company of Eorthia and the Eastern Alliance together to determine the way forward. Our friends have asked that we bring the scales in our possession to Limsa. So the time has come for us to go on the offensive. It's too early to say for certain, but that does seem to be the way the winds are blowing. I, for one, can think of no reason to oppose such a plan. But let us see what awaits us in Vilbrand. Start by getting the scales out of storage. Give me a hand, would you, Justinian? Didn't realize these crates were so heavy. Shouldn't complain though. Vrithra and alchemists of the great work put their heart and soul into each and every one of these skills, so you must treat them with the utmost care. Are you not coming with us? As much as I would like to escape the foreign's watchful gaze, I've little choice but to stay behind. We're already on thin ice, and if I, in my capacity as our official representative, were found to be consorting with foreign powers, well, you can imagine how that would go. I shall remain here and do my utmost to avoid ruffling any more feathers as I await word from Astra Matoya and our other allies. But look, we'll soon have good news of our own to share. Tide is about to turn. I can feel it. It's a limbs off. I thought it was there. Dude, the menus here make no sense. they found themselves in FC. I was told to expect you. As you may or may not be aware, the Admiral is at present entertaining the Elder Seeds here in the Sultana. Three of the most powerful women in the world in one room. Do you need a moment to prepare, or shall I show you to them? Proceed. Oh, I stood a little too close. My apologies for calling you away from Charlene at such short notice. On the contrary, we are honored and grateful, and pleasantly surprised to be joined by such esteemed company. It was only right that this discussion be conducted in person. We're locked in the war of attrition. Our forces struggle to contain the threat posed by the towers, and it's only a matter of time before we are overwhelmed. Victory will only be claimed through decisive action, and we've taken the initiative to set the wheels in motion. It's reassuring to learn we are all in accord. But might I ask what your plan entails? It hinges entirely on the warding scales and our ability to utilize their potential to the fullest. During your time in Charlene, the allied nations have been engaged on separate fronts, with no end in sight. To make matters worse, a surge in abductions of kobolds, Sahagin, Ixal, and Nanta have given rise to an increasing number of primals as well. But your triumph in Razadhan has given us cause to hope once more. Time has come to free ourselves of this menace. It is you, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, who have shown us the way. While the bulk of our forces will continue to hold the Telofroi at bay, we'll dispatch our finest to strike at the enemy's heart, Garlemald. These brave few will be the Elseword contingent. Contingent. I think such progress has been made in so short a span. Its objectives are twofold. First is to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. As previously reported, countless Imperial soldiers and civilians have been tempered. Robbed of their free will, they serve the Telofroi's every whim without question. They too are victims. It is our duty to deliver them from their suffering, not for strategic or political gain, but because it's the right thing to do. I do not ask that we set aside the decades of conflict and conquest, that we simply choose to forgive and forget. Ask only that in choosing to remember, we do not also forsake our compassion and morality. Without that, there can be no reconciliation. Only death without end. Aye. On that we can all agree. Our second objective is the colossal tower that Tancred and Yuri observed in the capital. Though its purpose remains unclear, there's reason to believe the smaller spires are merely a precursor to what's yet to come. Until the Tower of Sot was toppled, we failed to make any headway, though the same could be said of the Telophroi. They're clearly in no rush to press further into our lands. I'd wager the spire's primary purpose is to divide and keep us occupied, while they'd work towards annihilation. This would appear to be substantiated by Ystola's analysis of the tower's influence on ethereal currents. Based on her observations inside the Tower of Sot, the spires siphon ether from land, consuming it to maintain their form. However, they draw forth far more than is required for this task alone. The excess of ether remains unaccounted for, but we can be sure it's not being harnessed for our benefit. Yeah, well, duh. Wouldn't surprise me in the least if it was being redirected to a larger spire in the capital. There is a logic in that. Regardless, once we have uncovered the truth, we'll bring their schemes crashing down, along with their infernal towers. That's all well and good, but what will you have us do? I assume it's more than handing over the scales and being on our way. Want you and your scales to join the Elseword contingent. Consider it an official request from both the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance. Do you accept? Perhaps you should be the one to answer that. For the people of Garlemald, honor and glory. Couldn't have put it better myself. Sean, Tancred, and Yuri have already pledged their support and are on their way to meet the rest of the continent. I keep saying the wrong thing. Contingent. They're positive you would come to the same decision as they did. Luckily for all involved, their prediction was correct. Once you have delivered the warding scales to All Amigo, the contingent will embark on its journey to Elsewhere. Raban and Lord Emmerich are overseeing preparations, so I suggest you make yourselves known upon arrival. Pack warm clothing, furs and the like. Without it, the cold will do you in before the Telophroi so much as draw steel. As for us, we'll keep the enemy busy while you're gone. We're not the only ones who can create the diversion. Now go. Safe in the knowledge Eorzea will be as you left it, or better upon your return. Oh, a ruby weapon. I never did that quest apparently. Oh well. Now the Wanderers return. Been busy bringing down a tower and producing the keys to destroying the rest of them. Should be proud. Those warding skills of yours are what made this whole venture possible. Will you and Lord Emmerich be leading the contingent? Regrettably, no. Our role is to organize the various delegations into a cohesive unit. Once we've seen you all off, it's back to our respective posts. We dare not neglect our duties for too long, lest our defensive efforts fall into disarray. And just between us, there was a fair amount of opposition to the formation of the Elsward contingent. The very suggestion that we send out some of our finest troops behind enemy lines to render aid unto the Garleans have made me rather unpopular in certain quarters. Can't please them all. Sadly no, though I do my best. Truth be told, I'd much rather be at your side, charging into the fray, plus I've battles of my own to fight, where words may serve me better than any blade. Hate to say it, but Lord Emmerich's struggles mirror my own. For the time being, the best we can offer you is the peace of mind from knowing Eorzea is in safe hands. As you fight a good fight in Elsward, I and the other commanders will do what we can to convince the naysayers that our cause is just. Thank you, both of you. We meet again. Hey, guys. Long time no talk. Word of your exploits travels quickly. From what I gather, the protective talismans you obtained led to the formation of this expeditionary force. My contribution on this occasion is but a minor one. That being the information I have shared with Maximal. For the sake of the people of Garlemald, may the fates be on your side. So you're not coming with us? Strange. I thought you'd have a stake in this. I do. With Lofra, I laid waste to my homeland and enslaved my people. But though every mouth of my being cries for vengeance, I cannot be the one to deliver it. My presence alone would place the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused of murdering Emperor Paris and plunging Garlemald into chaos. Were I to travel with the Elsward contingent, it would give my countrymen ample cause to question our motives. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of former legatus and attempt to raise me to a position of leadership, further destabilizing the region and complicating the contingent's mission. Whether I'm branded a villain or hailed as a hero, I would only hinder your efforts. I doubt they'll be pleased to see the champion of Eorzea set foot on Garlean soil. Fair point, but so long as you refrain from announcing your arrival to all and sundry, average person should have no inkling as to your identity. Although your titles and deeds are common knowledge, only a select few would recognize you on sight alone. Perhaps one day they will learn that the Warrior of Light is not a demon to be feared, but a woman deserving of their trust. In light of Gaius' rather unique circumstances, I instead will assume the role of your guide. Though I may have defected for political reasons, my love for Garlemald endures. I would stop at nothing to protect her and her people. Well said. Do I ask you to escort our friends inside? I might even bump into an old acquaintance or two. And if I don't see you again ere you depart, may the Fury guide and protect you, all of you. I'll admit, I had forgotten. I feel bad for this little thing. Okay. Oh, that would actually suck to fix. I was thinking about, like, if I wanted to have, like, garden view from in here. Because that window is fairly large. I also need to tear down the windows here at some point. Yeah, I thought so. That one is higher up. Like, quite a lot, too. Yeah, see, that's what I was talking about. So, have they come up yet? I thought they were gonna be worse. Because that's the... Small A-train, that's the one, right? Small A-train. Oh, here it is. Small cafe is the one I'm looking for, I think. Probably the case that no one has. Made it to the point where they can craft them. Because it's probably going to be like master recipes. I don't know if master recipes are even live. But they should be, because you can use the cafe one now. Okay. Oh, that is actually not what I wanted to do. But I don't... Oh yeah, sure. I can just... do this for the visual. Do you have anything else that is fully lambed out? Oh. I messed up. Fuck it, I'll just go over top. There's so many people here. Maxwell. We're getting a random item. Maxwell would have you meet your new traveling companions. Other members of the Ellsworth contingent are gathered in the royal palace. shall inform them of your arrival, so please make your way inside as soon as you're ready. All remaining members of the Silence, your friends and most of the Elzebard contingent await you within. Would you like me to see you through? Enter the royal palace.
By the 12.
Holy fuck. Please.
Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
As you can
Fine.
imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose.
I bet.
We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Elzebard contingent.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades, yourselves included.
Lucia.
I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. And for the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end. We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
I agree.
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company. Everyone! If I may have your attention. Might I ask you to speak first?
If I must. I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation. Here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer. We shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald. To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort.
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
Wait, I know you.
The name's Sicard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten. Any road, the Admiral asked Captain Hilfear to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me. Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughingstock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship. So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but the promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do. Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy. Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind. but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
Well, you're certainly raring to go. But then again, so are we. The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest. If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow. That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Tarapin and I will be leading from the front.
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield.
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya? The Avatar of Destruction? With comrades like these, I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us.
Oh, that's good.
And
That's
then we might
actually
finally
really
get a
good.
chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies.
No shit.
The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead. Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabard contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require. The four high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission. Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature, together with the smiths of Limpsa Lomitsa. There is another awaiting introduction.
Lord Emanolain!
Ah, yes. Emanolain de Forton, at your service. Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that. But, should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light. Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Honoroa with my tales of daring-do.
They're fucking all crazy.
I believe that
The Forthorn
concludes
family.
introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea. Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
Would that be the shinobi of Doma?
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
Out of my way, you preening fool!
Oh god. Oh no.
Forgive us for coming late. We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
Cyrena, and you've brought company.
For battle and blood we come, as a step is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma. only to find them beyond our reach. But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy!
Sadu Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Warriors of the Steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies.
They're fucking crazy.
And these other ones you have brought are...
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
And the Bosnian resistance. Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities. Which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamigo. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald.
No, we are to murder everyone.
And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused. Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth. They're just people. No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all. Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders.
True.
Maxima, who stands with us today, tried to reform Garlemald from within and make peace with Doma. So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good. It won't be easy, but we're all determined to make this world a better place.
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy. To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garlund Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us. So, it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
Yeah, that's fair.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested, Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
Maybe? I don't know. Maybe that's a message that was caught by some kind of auto moderation or something. I don't know. Some shit is just like super broken. Let's see. The delegates assembled here, the Amaltra and several other tribes offered to send troops of their own. Unfortunately, due to their physiology, many would struggle simply to survive in the harsh climate of El Sabard. They would also likely prove tempting targets for abduction by the Telofroi. All things considered, they can better aid the cause by bolstering our defenses in the Eorzea, though their eagerness to do more has been noted. We few shall have to suffice. Ere we embark on, we must distribute the warding scales to our comrades. Care to do the honors? Warding scales for the Guardian delegation, I take it. Yep. Many thanks. These talismans may prove to be the deciding factor in the battles to come. I find myself conflicted by the foray into Garlemald, sent by the Empire to infiltrate Ishgard, only to throw in my lots with those whose secrets I was supposed to be stealing. And now I lead a mission to save the countrymen I betrayed. But that is doubtless why I was chosen by Lord Emmerich. He would have me put my extensive knowledge and former ties to good use, not disappoint him. For the future of Ishgard, Garlemald, and the world at large, I will lead us to victory. So, when you go through the Castrum is it Meridianum? Yeah, the last fight in this. Yes. These are the famed warding scales. Enough for me and my men, I see. Under normal circumstances, I would not be allowed to travel outside of the 12th Wood. The Elder Seedseer, however, has granted me special permission. No, sorry. She has bid me lend my magics to the people of Garlemald while learning all I can of their ways. In so doing, I will come closer to understanding myself and my place in the world, or so she says. I say, it is past time our allies benefited from the power at the Seed Seer's disposal. Some bemoan that we hide our light under the bushel, and I intend to address that criticism. Good for you. Sickard. Here you got something for us. Sure. Album scales everyone's been talking about. Pretty little things, ain't they? Reckon they'll be worth a gil or two when this is all this is all over. But we'll hold on to them for now. And one more thing. I know what you're all thinking. Didn't they send Ainsor instead? But if I know, all the Admiral and Captain Hilfer told me was they needed someone to help safeguard the future, and here I am. Can't say they haven't got a sense of humor. Of course, some of you might be wondering what good a pirate is on dry land in the middle of the southern snow of all places. Well, me and my crew will do whatever needs doing. So let's set sail, or however the saying goes on airships. I had a set of boarding these scales last by. Thought that I would know what they'd look like. Look at these. Even a layman like me can tell bursting with ether. All the better to fend off the tempering waves? Is that the right term? Anyway, this will give us one less thing to worry about, which just leaves the other mountain of whatever else is waiting for us in Garlemald. Only one way to find out, eh? Nervous or not, I marched through all 7 hells if it gave me a chance to put Xenos back in the grave where he belongs. See, I don't think that is what's gonna happen. I think we're gonna let him turn the page. Heard it would be cold in Garlemald, so we came prepared. Why do I have a scale too many? Talismans. Or to keep these close at all times, yes. We'll see that no one misplaces theirs. And before I forget, I have a message from Ian. In distant lands and times of strife, together stand, together fight. Darkness shines the light of life. Hope I've done his words justice. Toma, like much of Authored, has been plagued by the towers. Yet while he could not be here, he wished to express his shared conviction. He and Yugiri labored without rest to unite the people, and with their aid will we keep the enemy at bay. We of the Steppe and the Eastern Alliance will repay their efforts by ending this war. Oh, Maximo. A warning scale for me too? Sure. It's not like I need them. Thank you for this, and for going to such incredible lengths for the sake of my people. Though I have little to offer in return, I would impart some advice if I may. You've been told by many to wear the cold of Ilsward. And I cannot stress enough that this is no token warning. We'll be distributing specially made warming tinctures, courtesy of the Alchemist Guild, but understand that they are no substitute for proper protection. I leave the provisioning of said protection to your discretion. Now, let us proceed to the All-Mean Quarter. You make your final preparations. I will have the pilots ready the airships. Dalfy. Is our last chance to make ready before we set forth. Needn't worry about here and I. We still have what we wore in Garlemald before. Stinian claimed to be quite warm and toasty beneath his armor, and since he spent a fair bit of time up north recently as well, I've no reason to doubt his words. Most of the others will be borrowing Grand Company stock. The rest of you could do likewise, I suppose, provided you're not overly concerned with style. Huh. To put too fine a point on it, but I wouldn't be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. Only had time to find something to my liking. Is that the cry of scions in need of a tailor, I hear? Fucking Tataru. Oh, but how? Oh, that's great. I have my ways. Oh yes, indeed. I thought you could sneak off the Elsbard without telling me. Nothing escapes my notice. Now, you will wear these garments I've made for you, whether you like it or not. You never cease to amaze. But why do you need a new outfit as well? Wait, are you coming with us? What? No, of course not, silly. That's all in the name of fashion, rather the pursuit of the highest quality fashion. Besides, how can I expect others to wear my creation if I never wore them myself? That's a fair point, I guess. I did have one other thing to share. Remus and Omwida have finally returned from their assignments in faraway lands. They'll be staying at the Rising Stones for a while to keep an eye on events throughout Eorzea. Since they'll be running things back at the headquarters, I was wondering if I could lend a hand in Charlian. Why not? You can keep Kral company in the Baldessian Annex. Yes, I'd love to have you there. Alright, Artemis, Bloomweed did a fine job carrying on in our stead while we were lying comatose. With them in charge of the Rising Stones, we have nothing to worry about. My thoughts exactly. Also, while I'm confident you won't go collapsing again, because a certain someone who shall remain nameless isn't in a position to transport your souls to another world. If anything similar disastrous were to happen, I'll be well positioned to do something about it. Anyway, I've got a few things to take care of, then I'll make my way to Charlian. Really do hope these new clothes are enough to keep you warm in Garlemald. It's not much, but it's the only thing I can do for you. Other than pray for your safe return, which I will every day. Let's not keep the contingents waiting any longer. Here are your winter woolies, handcrafted by yours truly. North Sea coat. That actually kind of works. What is it? Okay. Decline. So it's break time. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put on some music. And I'm gonna get up, grab a smoke, go around a bit, pick up a drink. And then I'll be back. So I'm gonna see you all in just a little bit.
I wake up early, I sleep alone. I try to find love from a stranger on my phone. My vision blurred, so I forget. Dying to hold you, but you left me here for dead. How could I do what I've done if I'm in love? You know I did what I did, you loaded the gun. And I don't wanna think about you anyway. I do it anyway. Yeah, I didn't mean to do it every day. I do it anyway. I do it anyway. I do it anyway. I do it anyway. Messing with monsters up in my head. Lie to myself, lying beside her in my bed. Paint over pictures you left behind. I'd punch through walls if it would make you change your mind. How could I do what I've done if I'm in love? You know I did what I did, you loaded the gun. I do it anyway. I do it anyway. I do it anyway.
to your new sanctuary. Run for your fucking life. Watch out, they are coming to fight you. Warning, you're my nemesis. 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 Warning.
Yeah, I'm lost and numb, cold to the touch. I pretend like I don't remember your name. Every masterpiece turns to blasphemy. When I close my eyes, yeah, I still see your face. We were the thunder and the lightning, burning fire that started from the spark. I was fishing just to watch you twirl. It was us against the world. You were the rain falling on my skin. Yeah, I was dying when you pulled me in. I was your rebel and you were my girl. It was us against the world. It was us against the world. distant fate. When I call for you, all I hear back is pain. Every song must end, even diamonds fade. When the darkness comes, I count up my mistakes. We were the thunder and the lightning, burning fire started from the spark. I would spend you just to watch you twirl. It was us against the world. You were the rain falling on my skin. Yeah, I was dying when you pulled me in. I was your rebel and you were my girl. It was us against the world.
Oh man, I didn't even notice that the bird button didn't work. Hello. Hi, Great Mode. Welcome back. Hi there. Also, the thing you're looking for is under system configuration, probably. If everything has just been scaled up wrong, it's probably this thing. These default UI. And annoyed boy at the same time. So nothing but wins all around. And some stuff didn't scale with it. Then you have to manually scale it. Here, HUD layout. You just click the individual pieces you want to scale. Can't make some of your hotbar smaller? Oh, yeah, no, you do it in there. Also, make sure it didn't, like, accidentally change your output resolution. Well, did you save it? No, that is the only two ways to do it. HUD layout, click the bar, element settings, size it, save. A frosty reception. Tor is desperately trying to retain her composure as she prepares to see off on another perilous journey. Accept. Told airship pilot has been sent to meet you. Ah, there he is. Alright, this is where we go our separate ways. Be careful, won't you? I'll try. Ironworks pilot. It's an honor to finally meet you. We offer the Garland Ironworks. We of the Garland Ironworks will be ferrying you and your contingents across the mountains and into Garlemald. That's a hard no until event time. That's honestly not fair. This is gonna be a solo thing. It's gonna be painful. It's an honor to finally meet you. Okay, wait, no, we actually read this. Never mind. For many of us, it'll be something of a homecoming. Our illustrious founder was only our most notable Imperial defector. For that reason, the company is committed to the success of this expedition. Our resources are at your disposal, and if there is aught we might do to be of further assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. If you're ready to depart, I will ready the engines. Upon boarding the airship, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. In addition, you will be required to participate in battle. Your progress will be saved at certain points. In the event that you are defeated, you'll be able to try again from the most recent of these. Please note that if you enter battles associated with other quests or log out from the game, this progress will be lost. Yes. Oh, we're traveling on the map again. Cool.
Ilsabad, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly?
Let's do.
On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius, the winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
Also, why the fuck is he cold? He lives in the cold.
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party.
Oh yeah?
They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Uh-oh.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that.
Of course there is.
Maxima reports that they're led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus's death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
Yep.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald, the very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment? Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into 2 groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies. As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
Okay. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Supply Depot. No, love it easy. I'm sorry. Uh, 2002 error.
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Ishtola always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks.
Oh my.
All right. Once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's Magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand. The blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck. Keep your wits about you.
It's time. We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count. Must be losing my touch.
No, I just fucked up.
Seven hells. This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
This is really cool.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control terminal. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point.
Wait, how the fuck am I supposed to get through there? Oh.
Must be losing my touch.
Oh, so that is only useful on people. Okay.
Seven hells.
That thing will the zoomies. That is frustrating that that doesn't do Well, I went the wrong way. But yeah, no, the login servers have been a little rough. But there's like millions of players.
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Okay, then nuke the thing.
Excellent.
He's
Then
wearing
let the
bolster armor.
fireworks begin.
Or some variation of the bolster armor. Whoops. A few moments later, after I heard the hills of our contingent supply caravan. Hey, that's us.
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now. If they haven't already.
We're fucked.
Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right, but... Wait! Something's coming!
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
Fighters! Protect the others!
A brief respite, but stay alert. Keep the carriages safe.
What impeccable timing! Fear not, friends! The savior of Ishgard is here!
Oh. Sure. I want you to go night night.
A fine display, but the other carriages are still in danger.
Yeah, so am I moving?
Go on ahead. We'll hold the line.
We're the only ones still struggling. So
Yeah,
we
I
put
think
our
so.
backs into it then. I've been itching for a good scrap.
I wasn't quick enough.
You lot all right back there? Hear that? Get to the front and turn the tide.
Whoop. Whoop, 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 whoop. That is one scary ass building.
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal in time. The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
You can see it on their entire expression. Like, this.
That I did.
The fuck is
That's
that?
Vergilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
They're using gunblade
There's no
tech
end to
on
them.
Lancer blades.
I was wondering when you'd turn up. There's no stopping us now. Come on. Let's show them what we're made of.
We have them now! Forward!
Right! Let them have it!
As a raging bull!
That's her! Vergilia!
Do not fall behind!
Oh shit, they fixed all the bullshit.
or die!
Hold this, Willie. Oh no. Dude, I'm fucking crying.
Tremble before the sun!
May your screams fill the air!
Whew. I actually first tried something. Oh, that was actually really rough. Hated everything about that.
A worthy adversary.
Hmm.
Rest, recover, reclaim yourself. Then we will fight again, to the death.
Sadu Hatun!
That was the last of them. The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan?
Oh yeah, they were ambushed.
Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
Meanwhile...
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain. "800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kavosi, after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth, freezing, hungry, desperate, hated. The chosen forsaken. In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution. How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks? Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed, bitterly so.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider the question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone!
That's a really fancy aetheryte. In spite of the obstacles we've faced, our plan proceeds apace. Just a little further and we'll reach the capital itself. So we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. As soon as the camp has been made fit for purpose, we are to discuss a course of action with Lucia. Would you mind asking Shaw and Ra to join us in that building to the northeast of the camp? I'll say now, we'll meet you there. Meeting? Yes, I'll make my way over once my head is cleared. Truth, I've been feeling out of sorts since we arrived. Your eyes thick with palpable aura of malvoyance? Fuck. What is that word? Malevolence? I've no idea. Fuck that word. It's the monstrous tower on the horizon. Jagged, hideous, unholy. Even at this distance, its presence is overwhelming. The sensation I felt in the Tower of Salt, only far more terrifying. It flows increasingly towards it, converging into a swirling mass of unfathomable power. Blessing constant chill in the air is helping to anchor my senses in here and now. Tell the others I shall be with you in a few moments. So this is a rather small area then. Huh. Raw. Please know most of the tempered have been quartered inside nearby buildings and are receiving treatment as we speak. Do I ever feel no small amount of guilt for commandeering civilian homes? Occupants may be long gone, but everything is exactly as they left it. Considering the length of time that has clearly passed since, one would expect to find them ransacked. Strangely, there are no signs of anything having been stolen. It's possible that everyone fled at the first sight of trouble, though it seems to me they left far too many useful possessions behind. Although there is no conclusive evidence, I strongly suspect they were tempered. Sorry, I was merely thinking aloud. You mentioned a meeting? I'll make my way there. Good for you. Can I? No? Thank you for informing the others of our meeting. Everyone is here, we will begin. To the cutscenes. Reading cutscene. Listening cutscene.
Our present situation is as follows. Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city. For therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroid's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers and their ministrations. Of course, I will require a proxy of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with ceruleum heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is, the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinists will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Telophroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here.
True.
Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmatian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Don't forget about
He
us
just wants to be
Alamegans.
surrounded
We have
by the
experienced
bunnies.
scouts of our own.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
Twould be my honor to be of service. Though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
That leaves us with guard duty.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino.
Oh, yeah?
Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rime. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields.
Yeah, so about that, I know how to read maps. Extensive travels is somewhat of an understatement, but I suppose if there is nothing else that needs doing. Ice fields? I love ice fields. Oh wait, no I don't. Man, if that had stopped there, I would have replied that.
I have faith that you will, and look forward to greeting you on your safe return. You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
Gods be good. If it's this cold with Zara's clothing, I dread to think how we'd fare without it. Must remember to thank her when next we meet. Makes me realize too that while the people of Garlemald have spent their whole lives in conditions like these, even they'd be hard pressed to survive away from the warmth of their homes. If there are any survivors, we must find them and quickly. So this is gonna be... Fuck. That actually kind of looks like it's within this. Malin is, as usual, milling about aimlessly. Yeah, that happens. Accept. Oh, drums. Been given something to do, have you? As it happens, I too have been ordered to make myself useful. Sounds like a rather tall order. Since you ask, we're to scour the Alban Rhyme for survivors. What? Wander around ice fields on the off chance you'll find someone? Take forever to finish the job without the benefit of my expertise, or more specifically, my telescope. Come friends, I know just the spot to begin our search. How the fuck do you know that? We've just arrived. I'll probably regret this, but we may as well humor him. True, but again, we just showed up. Also, big ass tower. Wait, how fucked are we out there? 82. Not that bad. Can we climb this? Oh shit, we can. Current. We're gonna need a lot of those. Okay, we've apparently found the last ones for every area. Either that or it just goes backwards from all the others. Kennel. Oh shit. I did the griefing thing. Sorry. I occasionally forget. I spy with my little telescope. Massive sheep thing. Or maybe it's a cow. Not what we're after either way. Is that an ether current? No, just a wind sprite. Other than that, it's all snow, snow, snow. Whoa, what do I see? Orion Hillock. There's no mistaking it. That's a girl. Good for you. Survivor? Show me. Over there, behind that tree. Looks like she's running away from something. Though, surely not us. Wouldn't even know we're here unless she had a telescope like mine. All I can tell is that she's wearing a pale green dress, rather fetching one at that. Long gone by the time we get anywhere near, but we should be able to follow her footprints. Got Luciano where you're heading. Oh, and take these warming tinctures with you. Everyone must be chilled to the bone, if not on the verge of freezing to death. It's actually very thoughtful. Thank you. But won't you need some for yourself? Oh, I'll be fine. Out of chivalry, my honor demands I do no less. Unless we forget, the very reason we're here is to protect those in need. I'll go. Godspeed. He's like somewhere in between his paw and his older brother. Traveling fresh footprints lead east. Same as those we saw previously, and they lead towards the building. Also, if Dumber over here were standing here the entire time, why the fuck did I have to go looking for footprints? Getting closer, sure of it. First, we thought she'd gone inside the building, but the door doesn't look to have been open in some time. Might still be nearby, so we'll keep looking around here. Then again, it's also possible she ran right past this place. Do you mind searching up ahead? Sure. Character footprints. Oh. Girl in a green dress anxiously surveys her surroundings. Calling out to her from this distance, it might attract wild beasts to your location. Would be safer to get closer first, but you must do so without drawing her attention. Oh, we're gonna fail this. Follow the girl from a safe distance. Objective will end in failure if you're noticed. Make use of cover such as rocks to approach her without being seen. Similarly, the objective will also end in failure if you fall too far behind. Should you fail to complete the objective, you may try again by returning to the designated location. No, no one here. Shit. Oh, that almost ended really poorly. Still in one piece. Yeah, so about that. Hello. Oh, dress is really nice though. Oh. Who are you? Stay back. House is packed with explosives. I was stepping on this place sky high. Please, we just want to talk. Avro, this is my sister Alison, and our good friend Omega. No intention of hurting or taking anything from you or anyone else. Give you my word. We and our comrades have come to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. Aid? Savages are the ones responsible for all this. Did this to us. No, we didn't, promise you. One of the other reasons we came was to find out what happened here, in fact. The Telofroi are the ones to blame. They're the ones who laid waste to Garlemald. Won't stop until they've destroyed the entire world. They're the enemy, our enemy. On our way, we encountered Imperial soldiers who had been made their thralls. Those poor souls are now in our care. We're striving to cure them of their affliction. You're the first person we've met who wasn't already enslaved. How are you able to escape the Telofroi's influence? Are they any others like you? Sorry, I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let's start with introductions. Can you tell me your name? Is the Cinia. As for how I've managed to stay sane, I've been asking myself the same question since that night and the roar, that terrible roar. And then the screams. I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure. Can't remember. Then came the silence. Everything was still. It was like waking up from a nightmare. Thought that maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. Your hells are real? I saw one that day. Ran past friends, people I'd known all my life, eyes vacant, dead, staring at the sky. Others were mad and violent. Some struggled with soldiers, but didn't stay to watch. Fled as far as my legs would take me. Do you have family here? Is this their home? No, this is Victor Spoils. Mansion for retired soldiers. Or it was. Now me and a few others are borrowing it. As for the explosives, I was making that up. I just wanted to keep everyone else safe. Didn't know if you were. Truth is, our supplies are running low. Said you're here to help, can you? Of course, whatever assistance we can provide, we will. Thank you. I'd better tell the others first, though. Wait here. That dress is really pretty. This is everyone. Sinio says you can be trusted. These are desperate times. We'd be fools to let foreign troops into our home. Having said that, were you to provide us with means of heating the place as a sign of goodwill, perhaps we could take you at your word. If that is too much to ask, then leave us be. Put my firewood gathering skills to use. Provide the spark with a little magic, honestly. Have a fire burning in no time. And build it under that gazebo. The what? Oh, you mean the bower? Yes. Yes, do as you will. I don't fully trust this person. Not gonna lie, it seems like fuckery is afoot. What does the ether compass say? That radio makes me a little uncomfortable, I'm not gonna lie. Oh man, we have 2 more quests until we get a level. Holy shit. I want those buttons, but they're a lot of work. 525 feet, no, legs. Oh, how the mighty are fallen. Sinio's inner turmoil is plain on her face. Sorry, I'm still finding it hard to come to terms with all that happened. But you're here, though. I'm hoping things might change for the better. Now, I've spoken. I've worked up quite a sweat from all that running about, so I'll leave space around the fire for the others. As you can tell, they're in a far worse state than me. I'm planning to look for somewhere warmer or with more food, but they're not going anywhere until we nurse them back to health, which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you can do to help? Fucking no, probably. Gavi. Treat their frostbite and their wounds, but it will take time for the fire to do its work. Now will be a good occasion to make use of Madeleine's tinctures, ones that can warm the body from the inside out. You make sure everyone gets one? Sure. Here. Eat this. Glass and all, preferably. Warming tincture? Heard of such a thing? No harm in trying. Tell me, have you heard aught of the city? Calling it that seems absurd after what's happened. It's nothing but ruins now. Few buildings still standing offer no more than mere protection from wind and snow. Food production, water purification, magic that sustained us has come to a grinding halt. But Sheena that remains operational cannot be run for lack of ceruleum. Of course, ceruleum is full of the stuff for all the good it does us. No one here knows the first thing about extraction or refinement. Of course it doesn't. So, yes, never better. Fucking stop being mad about shit. Calm the fuck down. Oh. Libation. Is this? Is it poison by any chance? It's joke. If I laugh this, so I may not weep, so said the poet. And alas, my tears would freeze on my cheek ere they fell. We are the blessed damned. Bear witness to the fall of the great empire, while our brethren lie dead, or live on as puppets of flesh. And morning came, Garlemald was no more. Cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and screams was our beloved capital raised around it. Rubble rolls and the shelved remnants, their lavish finery, cake, and ash as they shuffled mindlessly towards the palace, each bearing a fragment of stone or metal and offering perhaps architect of our destruction. Hopeful few tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. But I knew better than to plead with the horde. I fled with my help, if not my conscience preserved. Now I wait with my fellow cowards for our final judgment. That was negative. Yo. What you want? Give you this, you ungrateful sod. A tincture? As well drink it, I suppose. Yes, it's radio. Have them where you come from, I take it. Use them to listen to messages sent by others, even over great distances. There are different types, but this model is by far the most popular. Made with quality components, crafted with the finest ore, sourced from Locust Monis. Oh god. We keep coming back to that place, huh? Not all that useful since the capital fell to ruin. People at the broadcasting station must have either fled or ended up like all the others. Because all we've been hearing is the same music being played over and over and over again. Home Beyond the Horizon, and odes to the brave men and women sent to reclaim our ancestral homeland of Locus Monis. May have founded an empire in these frozen wastes, but we've always hoped to take back what was once ours. There's a solemn reminder that, though we must suffer great hardship, better days will surely come. Despite everything, I believe that Emperor Varys yet lives, and that he speaks to us through our radios. It was a cunning strategy, faking his murder. He must have foreseen this catastrophe and chosen to conceal himself, that he may one day make his triumphant return. Yes, I'm sure of it. Emperor Varys would not be defeated so easily. He was a fucking slain. Like, he wasn't defeated. He was slain. What's that? Here. Soup. This is what you gave the others. Thank you. I'll save it for later. Actually, I have a few things to ask you. Are you a part of the group staying in Late Rome? I got this. Getting us troops heading towards the Clackies a few days ago. Are they the ones you encountered? Oh yeah, they're slain too. Camp Broken Glass, you call it. Regalia and her men are all there now? Huh. How did you reach them on the Clackies? Across the mountain on foot? Oh, we flew in. Airships. Then there might be a way to... Frail voice. So yeah, where is everyone? Is something the matter? A voice from inside you saying, you must be imagining things. Everyone's out here? Maybe Mosty has found its way into the house. Wouldn't be the first time. Not the soldiers to scare them off, wild animals have been roaming closer to the settlements. Some have been known to attack people too. I've just had an idea. If you and yours are strong enough to defeat a legatus, then surely a few beasts shouldn't pose a threat. If you have mind to continue helping us, perhaps you could head to the other side of the lake. There is a small group of tappers living there. People whose job is to extract ceruleum. Still do, from what we can tell. already tried asking if they would share their fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. Want food in exchange. Lots of food. And that's something we don't have and can't get on our own. Top of that, to even reach their den, we'll have to make our way past all those creatures. You'd be willing to go in our place? Only need enough ceruleum to last until the others are strong enough to travel to your camp. If the offer still stands, that is. Oh, and I don't expect you to give up your own supplies, but there might be another way to pay the tappers. If it's ceruleum you need, then ceruleum you shall have. Thank you so much. Reach Tapper's Den. You'll have to cross the lake. Ice is thick enough to support a person's weight, but if you'd rather not take the risk, you'll need to take the long way around. Finding the entrance can be a bit tricky too, so it's easier to just look for someone standing guard outside. However you decide to head there, please be careful. Okay, but who the fuck is inside the house? We can't see in, can we? That would be too convenient. Oh, my curiosity is killing me here. Okay, fine. Now we grab a land boat. And we move over yonder. That's a lot of lizards. Hey, the fuck you want? Who goes there? How did you find us? That's a big ass hole in the wall. You mean I stand out like a sore thumb? If the pure blood and Red Victor's spoils hadn't given away our location, you'd never have found us. Stuck up ourselves. But they come waltzing in here demanding ceruleum with nothing to offer in return. Looks like the boot's on the other foot now. The capital's gone to shite. They've resorted to sending you to negotiate. I know your game, sellsword. If they think we'll give in to intimidation, they've got another thing coming. I'm sure that's what we think. Are you happy now? There you are. After you left, Ksenia asked me to go and catch up with you in case you needed a hand. Someone must have let slip that I have a little expertise in transporting barrels of ceruleum. This is Tavers then. Well then, after you. Who are you? What happened to the guards? They're taking a nap. Eorzeans and rebels here to save the people of Garlemald? Yeah, pretty much. Doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why in the hells would you pass up this chance to put those imperial bastards to the sword? Let me guess, none of you are Garlean. You were brought here from other lands. You're Branya, Yangsha, Bolsha, Dalmasca, to name but a few. Some dragged here against our will, others fed bollocks about a better life. All to put to work extracting cerulean. All put to work extracting cerulean. All given these demons title of Om, placing us firmly at the bottom rung of the ladder. The old hierarchy means nothing in New Garlemald, says we. About the only thing that has escaped more or less unscathed is Cerulia Ingens. Still sustaining us, even with our paymasters out of the picture. Here you're experts in drawing up ceruleum from the bottom of the lake. But how can you do that if it's frozen over? Ha, wouldn't you like to know? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. At any rate, it's not as if ceruleum is used for much these days. What with the city in ruins? Take enough to power our heaters and save the surplus for later. And though it helps stave off the cold, it does subtle about our hunger unless we can trade it away. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingent we've got ceruleum by the barrelful. If they're interested, we'll exchange it for whatever provisions they're willing to spare. You can certainly ask, but if you're all free to go now, why carry on living here? Free to go? Go where? Even if we manage to get back to our homelands, there'll be nothing left for us, thanks to the Empire. And the knowledge and skills we acquired working here would be practically useless outside of Garlemald. So we're staying for the time being. As long as there is a need for ceruleum, we'll find a way to get by, even if Garlemald as we know it is gone for good. Gone for good. Well, this fits pretty nicely. Regardless of what the Ilsword contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. For many, that would be cause for celebration, while for others, their whole way of life will have been turned upside down. After all, the atrocities? I'm never sure how to say that word. Atrocities? Committed in the Empire's name, perhaps it is for the best that it's consigned to history. But what of the ordinary people? Their lives, their stories. Should they be forgotten too? Suppose there'll be plenty of time to ponder that later. For now, let's see about getting some ceruleum. Okay. So, It's been about 8 hours, so I'm gonna go have me some food. I do have a pre-packed sandwich, because I'm smart and shit. So it'll be a little longer of a break than a usual smoke break, because I have to get some food in me. So I'm gonna put on some tunes. We'll put up a beer at back screen. If y'all want to be extra fancy, you can share today's live tweet with friends, family, coworkers, and pets. If it was quote retweeted, you can still retweet it. Also think you can quote retweet it again. Like, just remind people that we're still live. And when our return will continue, I have no idea how far we are. Or how much we have left, or anything. Only thing I know is that I'm having a lot of fun. So, yeah. I'll see y'all in a little bit.
Don't you know that I'll be here for you till we got nothing left to do? Tell a couple jokes and enjoy the view. I'll be here for you. Don't you know that I'll be here for you till we got nothing left to prove? Write it down in ink, I'm a drunk tattoo. Always here with you. Don't you know that I'll be there for you wherever you go? I'm a guarantee like Curry Street and Harden Street. So whenever you're lost, I'm blue. I'll find some clues to see you soon. And when the show ends, the credits roll without you. The piano's out of tune, but I'll play it for you so we can have stuff to do in the afternoon. I'll be here for you, yeah, I'll do it with you. I'll stay till it's through, yeah, you know that it's true. Sometimes we laugh and sometimes we cry. Sometimes we get drunk and buy shit that we find online. I'll be here for you, yeah, I'll do it with you. I'll stay till it's through, yeah, you know that it's true. Don't you know that I'll be here for you till we got nothing left to do? Tell a couple jokes and enjoy the view. I'll be here for you. Don't you know that I'll be here for you till we got nothing left to prove? Write it down in ink, I'm a drunk tattoo. Always here with you. Call me fast, I drive down in a flash. 2 hands on the whip, won't crash. Changing lanes so quick, whiplash. Twist and turn so drastic, life feels like a Tarantino. Don't know where it ends, roll the dice, a casino. The piano's out of tune, but I'll play it for you so we can have stuff to do in the afternoon. I'll be here for you, yeah, I'll do it with you. I'll stay till it's through, yeah, you know that it's true. Sometimes we laugh and sometimes we cry. And sometimes we get drunk and buy shit that we find online. I'll be here for you, yeah, I'll do it with you. I'll stay till it's through, yeah, you know that it's true. Don't you know that I'll be here for you till we got nothing left to do? Tell a couple jokes and enjoy the view. I'll be here for you. Don't you know that I'll be here for you till we got nothing left to prove? Write it down in ink, I'm a drunk tattoo. Always here with you.
Hello. Sup, nerds? That wasn't too bad. Thought I was gonna be gone for longer. Okay, Jarek is amenable to making a deal. So you come seeking ceruleum, have you? What? This pure blood's up at Victor Spoil sent you? Turn to their enemies for help. Must be more desperate than I thought. Then again, Sinia got her little sister to think about. Sister? We only saw Licinia and 3 men. It is possible she died from whatever was ailing her. If she needed treatment, I doubt there'd be any way to get it around here. I may have refused Licinia at first, thinking she'd come back with something to exchange, but I can spare them bottles worth of ceruleum. Consider it a reward for introducing me to the rest of your contingent. Be sure to send them our way. You hear? Can't for life of me think why Licinia would keep her sister a secret from us, but we can ask about that after we've delivered the ceruleum. Come on, let's hurry back. Yeah, bitch, catch me if you can. Hello. This isn't right. It's too quiet. Would have thought Alphino would still be treating them by the fire, but they're nowhere to be seen. Look inside the house while you search the outside. Can't have gone far. I don't have to. They asked me to help carry supplies, but when I followed them back here, they attacked me. Caught me off guard, forced me to defend myself. Fear they fared rather worse than me. Can't fool us. No. You know what you're about. What do you mean? Vultures, that's what you are. Placing in the wings for us to show weakness, then you swoop. Or to help, rot, all the ploy, make us lower our guard. Let you in, put ourselves at your mercy, put us in chains, steal our lands, get your revenge. No. You're wrong. That's not what any of us want. Saved arguments for later, we got bigger problems. Found empty medicine bottles and a bed that was still warm. It's true, Licinia was hiding her sick sister inside the house. Now there's no sign of either of them. Where are they? Where did he go? Away from you and yours. And if you think I'll tell you, you're a fool. Never give up, my people. Trying to help them, you idiot. Sister's ill. Empty bottles prove it. So the medicine ran out, or she put it in her pockets to make it easier to carry. Or to avoid the sound of clinking glass. There are beasts everywhere. How could you let them go alone? Protect them from you. Invade our homeland, tainted with the same sorcery used to slay our countrymen. Garlean should sooner die than suffer the insult. Better for them to flee and keep their purity intact, than be corrupted by your vile magics. We're waiting for a chance to free them. It's the moment you arrived. This is getting us nowhere. Cannot say how Licinia and her sister will react when we find them, but find them we must. Go on without me, both of you. I first need to tend to my injuries and theirs. I'll join you in the search after. Alright, be careful. I'll do our best to find them quickly. There's only one path out of here, so that's where we'll start. Two sets of fresh footprints. Young women, judging by the size. This is definitely them. Come on. Okay. Off we go. Trail stops at Frozen Lake. Perhaps they chose this route as not to leave footprints. Can't think of any other reason. Look at this place. It's crawling with beasts, and I can only imagine how hard it must be for her ailing sister to cross the ice. Really do with Alphino's help, but we cannot afford to wait for him. Let's split up and look for clues. Empty bottle. Empty bottle smells faintly of alcohol. The thin coating of dirt indicates it has been here for some time. It is unlikely to have any connection with Sinia or her sister. Sick, dude. Fresh blood. Standing in the snow appears to be fresh, judging by the amount. You may have been severely wounded. Trail of blood leads southeastwards. Oh shit, I hear an ether current. How the fuck do I make it up there then? So yeah. Two bodies are already cold.
Blood trail. We found one. They were attacked. No.
Yep.
Why wouldn't they? Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic. We should have... I should have...
Oh god, he's gonna have an existential crisis this expansion as well.
We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home. What if we're only making it worse? Maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold. I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it, but Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all.
I'd be more worried about Solus.
I want to understand. So I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right. You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
we could have done, but what? We have never come here. Still be alive if we hadn't. Probably not, but you know. Noah's resolve may be shaken, but he's not forgotten his duty. We've already caused them enough harm here. Let us return to the camp before we cause any more. As for those inside the house, we should send someone to care for them. Someone who isn't us. All we can do for now is make our report to Lucia and do everything in our power to prevent further tragedy. Let us linger here no more. Come. Wait, 237 southeast. Was that what it said? Yeah. Wait, so there's another one down here? Oh yeah, look at that. Oh, you sneaky little bitch. Oh yeah, I'm getting slightly distracted here. Can I? Well, how in the actual shit do I make it up there then? It's like it threw in the entire city. Boom. Welcome back. .401 south. We don't actually have a way to get up there. So it has to be underneath. Or maybe it's neither. Oh, it's up there. Okay, so we're gonna beeline it to the other settlement. And then we're gonna figure it out from there. Though it might be on the way there. Let's see. Yeah, you know what? We're gonna do that, and then we're gonna... At some point, it's just going to tell us east. And once it does that... Or it's going to say north. Just plain north. Holy crap, whoever that was scared the shit out of me. Can't be that many left. No. We have all. That's neat. That means we can just fuck off. Alright, catch me if you can. Wait, what the fuck is this place? It's underground. Oh, metro. Man. That's disappointing. We spent all that time finding that place and we couldn't even attune to their aetheryte. Well, I guess if it's a story thing, that kind of makes sense. But it's also, if it's out in the open like that, you should be able to attune to the thing. I want that mount, but apparently it's a bitch to get. There's you. Are you... I have no idea what you're wearing. I'll say enough. No, tell me. They have finished their preliminary search for survivors, but refrain from saying much more than that. Clearly, they are reluctant to provide details. May I ask for your account? Oh yeah, no, shit hit the fan. Someone died. And the Garleans hate us. Pretty much all there is to it.
Thank you for your report.
Yeah, of course.
We shall inform the troops of these developments and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Populares, Maxima identified. They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's 3rd Legion clashed with the 1st, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
It brings to mind events at the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Xenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the 3rd Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvis is murdered. And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, the 1st Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
So no one is at fault? and everyone else is to blame.
Mm-hmm. That's kind of how
I
politics
should add
works.
that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory. And that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
Oh.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the Third Legion's coffers, but the First as well.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the First Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
Who the fuck are House Brutus again?
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
Oh, yeah.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varys giving them orders in their dreams. May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
Tower of Babel.
This sounds awfully familiar.
It does. But not from these storybooks.
We have something to show you all.
The noises in the radio.
Varys spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence. A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
My friends, I must speak with you.
Oh, yeah?
A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
I think we do.
Just let's fucking slap him.
Who do we have here?
Garleans? Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
Oh, God. Calm the fuck down, dude.
I am Lucia Junius, a Temple Knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Iulus Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
Wow, so dramatic.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours.
Okay.
If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face. How their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
Yeah. What will your mother say if I let you 2 go by yourselves?
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
Yeah, sure.
Couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
All looked like to be. It looked like it was a different sword style. Holy crap, you're bright. You're really bright. Holy shit. Gear is kind of cool though. Will be received as invited guests, so I urge you to observe proper social etiquette and conduct yourselves accordingly. Safe return takes precedence above all else. Remember this. Thancred in particular will be worried sick if you're gone too long, and if Fury watch over you and keep you. Yeah, sure. Come on. Are you and the children ready? Explain the route once we're outside your camp. Anyone attempts to follow us, we will judge it as an act of hostility. Not hesitate to take appropriate measure. Expect nothing unless you have our full cooperation. Yeah, so Lucia is the sister of Livia. Yeah, it's Livia, right? far enough. Listen carefully. Head over that hill, then follow the road until we reach Liminal Station 4. Children in the lead, I want you where I can see you. Do you have names, you know? I'll say, he's off now. Last but not least, there's Omega. Omega? Where have I heard that before? Alpha no and I'll say, we'll watch the road ahead while we bring up the rear. Wasn't lying about there being many dangers, so to run run towards the station. And think about going for your weapon, deals off. Should any creatures bar the way, we go around them. Once you choose to depart, Julius will accompany you. I'll say we'll then begin moving towards the destination. Okay. Ready to make a dash for the station? Yes. Oh, we were there earlier. Like just a little bit ago. Station, yeah. Kiddo. My foot is asleep. Oh, and it hurts quite a bit. Sick. I missed that dialogue thing. Looks like your friends knew better than to follow us. Are these your headquarters? No, we're going further. No. Stopping here so we can check for pursuers. Since it appears you've kept your side of the bargain, we can carry on. North of the station is Regio Domorum. One of the main residential areas, or at least it was. The afflicted roam the streets in packs. They'll tear us to shreds if given a chance. Keep close, no wandering off. Understood? Yeah, sure. Last bastion. Only too well what dangers lurks around every corner. Here we'll be heading northeast. Keep to the left of the railway. While the route itself is straightforward, getting past the hordes unseen is anything but. Keep your weapons at ready. They would attack their own countrymen. Aye. Spare their own, but slaughter the rest without hesitation. They will try to avoid detection. Chances of sneaking by completely unnoticed are slim at best. I will lead the way, but in the event we are seen, you're to fight them off. Those two will follow us, provided they can refrain from drawing their own weapons. Well, I doubt they will be foolish enough to stab their guide in the back. Not take that chance. That said, let us proceed. I didn't even know I had one of those. See, our comrades chose you. Well, duh. Just our contingent has a cure for the afflicted, or tempered as we call them. Your people will need to be taken into custody that we may administer the treatment. They would eventually regain their sanity. Is that so? For all I know, your treatment would simply force them to forsake one master for another. As far as I and my legion are concerned, they are no longer our people. They're beyond saving. Those who thought differently tried to reason with them, were butchered. Further moving. Come, we have to keep moving. Next. We're not being followed. We'll continue onward. But I said these people only deserve only death. I stayed my hand before only out of desire to remain undiscovered. That is still the higher priority. We should continue to avoid any unnecessary confrontations. Keep following the railway. Look at what they have become. Will you still stand there and claim that they can be cured? Yeah. Those exposed to a vast quantity of a primal's ether may suffer severe corruption. Even with treatment, such victims are beyond salvation. Then you admit it. Now that you've seen these monstrosities yourself, perhaps you'll think twice before speaking of a cure. That doesn't really change the fact that there is a cure, though. Almost there. You've kept your side of the agreement, so I'll keep mine this way. This is Tertium, one of Garlemald's largest stations. It now serves as our headquarters. Already sent the twins ahead, and I will be with you soon. Wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. Okay. Hello? Clearly has no intention of speaking with you. Alright. Sure. Alfie. Plain to see why they chose this as their base of operations. Right? Could have done a lot worse. Even so, I imagine it's not the easiest place to live. Indeed. If Jonas was willing to make the perilous journey to Camp Broken Glass in search of food, their own supplies must be all but exhausted. It may be shielded from wind and snow, but it's still bitterly cold, much like Victor's spoils. Must be a constant struggle to keep their people warm. Lower your voices. While you may be here as my guests, the others will not take kindly into your presence. My commander is in the locomotive over there. Wow, that's unnecessarily bright.
These are their chosen representatives.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir. I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Van Kina, Legatus of the First Legion.
The first? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye.
Oh shit.
In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable. Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. 'Twas only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and Empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varys understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here.
True.
Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would.
That's literally the only reason
But
we're here.
regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat.
I don't know.
After compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
Oh, boy's got a point.
Answer me this, young peacemakers.
Okay.
If a world without conflict is your desire, Why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald? Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage? That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope. It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter. You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you if you cooperate.
Can't we just
We will not
murder
resist.
them all?
However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition. Collar them.
What are these?
Proximity explosives?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times.
Oh.
Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock.
Oh, okay. If it isn't worth enough.
Stop! Keep away from that one. The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed. Even if she allowed herself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No.
Fair.
If she refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for?
I've no fucking idea. I'm new here. Even the most bitter adversary may one day see reason. Coldest, blackest of nights, mirrored. Though it may be, we must share the warmth of our fire.
You are a curious one.
Oh.
A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be.
You have no idea.
You will be their warden. Take them away.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Kind of want to pull that gem out of his forehead. Or maybe like tap it all the way in. Yeah. Joss has his orders, and pleasant though they may be. As per Lord Quintus's instructions, I am to supervise you during your time here at Tertium. Before you ask, no, I do not have a key or any other means to remove your colors. Nor would I tell you if I did. And if you try anything, you'll soon wish you hadn't. Wait, you say young man, but I'm older than you. Fuck off. So you do truly intend to speak with the others? Was that merely a ruse? We're in no hurry to disobey Lord Quintus, if that's what you mean. Or perhaps you doubt the wisdom of his decision? Do as you will, but remember, I'll be watching. I catch wind of you doing anything untoward, trying to trick our people into turning their coats and the like, those shock collars will be the least of your worries, understood? Dude, I would have agreed with you if we were like close, but we aren't, are we? See, the funny thing is, you think you have power here in my chat. There's 3 people who have power here. It's me, it's Rovan, and it's Fultz. And that's it. They were somewhat compromised, to put it lightly. Let's not waste this opportunity. Suggest splitting up and learning what we can of their situation. And above all else, don't use magics of any sort. You, on the other hand, may go wheresoever you wish, even outside the camp. I know full well I couldn't stop you if I tried. Do not forget, if you do anything to endanger us or our interests, Alpha know and I'll say will pay their price. That's kind of fair, I guess. I want this aetheryte. Octavia. It's you, Megasoul. I served under Lord Gaius in the 14th Legion. I was there on the night the Praetorium fell. You and your adventurers, you killed them, my comrades, my friends. Swept them aside in dozens as though they were nothing to you. And maybe I am too. Just another faceless enemy to be cut down. But it won't be long until our countrymen return. Until you get what you deserve. Mark my words. Huh? Binionus. It's cold. The young soldier is on the verge of losing consciousness. How is that helpful information? Agitate radio. Radio is the same model as the one used at Victor's spoils. Perhaps it would save the soldiers here from being tempered. Potentially. I know who you are. So-called champion of Arizona. Come to gloat, have you? Wipe that smirk off your face. Blood of our fallen compatriots. Swear I'll... Damn. Toward the sutures. All times, tourist of the lot within striking distance, I can't even muster strength. If it weren't for the third bleeding us, we'd be the end of you. Yes, treachery nearly lost Lord Quintus his life. Cost Lord Quintus his life. But we made our escape. Took shelter in a mansion. Tended to the wounded. As we prepared to strike back, and then night fell and we gathered around the radio. And then the roar, the terrible roar. Capital was in chaos. But we were spared. If you can call this a mercy, mind intact but body broken, soldier in name alone. Cut you down where you stand if I could, murderer. Damn. So, came with Jonas, didn't you? Well, whatever business brought you here, you'd best keep your hands off that either, right? It's deactivated, but I'd rather you didn't mess about with it. There are others throughout the city built by Garleans, for Garleans. Teleport all over in the blink of an eye, provided there was a terminal nearby. These days, however, we use the Aetheryte's power to keep this place lit, though that comes at the cost of its normal function. Really now? Oh. Okay. Off now. Did you learn anything of note? Findings are consistent with my own. Their plight is desperate indeed. Sick and injured are at greatest risk. Without warmth or proper nutrition, I fear they will soon perish. I realize there is precious little we can do for them at present, but I cannot bear to see them suffer. Please, will you help me tend to them? Sure. Is there? Nice thing. I can't see all that well. Thank you. Numbness has subsided a little. I know it won't last much longer. Should look to the others who can still fight. Give them my ration. If me going hungry means someone else lives to see another day, so be it. At least I can still serve in that way. Damn. That's rough. Those you met are fair no better. I was afraid you'd say that. I know we were warned against meddling in their affairs, but we can't leave them like this. Perhaps we might gain permission to have the contingent deliver supplies. Quintus may have made his feelings on the matter quite clear, but even he must recognize they are not in a position to refuse help. Gillis could persuade him, though we'd need to present Gillis first. Well, seen enough. Jones, the people here have barely enough food and fuel to survive. Have you and the other soldiers been able to procure any more supplies? And scavenging provisions from nearby houses, as most families kept rather, some stored away in the event they were snowed in. Still, going out and getting it is dangerous work, and we've a lot of mouths to feed. Fuel is a greater concern though. We had some ceruleum set aside until it was stolen. Haven't identified the culprits. Could have been other refugees or one of the afflicted for all we know. Either way, we're down to the last dregs. Without the heating they need, those in poor health are only going to get worse instead of better. If it's ceruleum you need, our contingent has secured a ready supply. We can have some sent over. Will not accept your charity. If we can hold on a little longer, the situation is sure to change. Everything will change. Your comrades mentioned something along those lines. Those mysterious countrymen of yours, I assume. Something of it, have you? Well, from what I've seen, there's little you could do to interfere. So there's no harm in telling you. One of our scouts spotted a hooded man issuing instructions to the afflicted. Or, in the bastard's words, loyal servants of the Telofri. Then he made his way inside the Imperial Palace. Or what stands in its place. We identified the seat of the enemy's power, we realized. Lord Quintus dispatched a messenger to the 10th Legion, saying as such and instructing them to join forces with the Provisional Legions to prepare for a combined assault on the Telofri. Once our allies arrive, your contingent will be sent running for the hills. Then we shall reclaim the capital by our own hand. And how do you intend to survive in the meantime? At this rate, many of your countrymen will perish long before reinforcements reach Garlemald. They need help now. Say the word and we'll bring you ceruleum. Speak with Lord Quintus. Yeah. Fire up the CP's app. We'll CP soup the fuck out of here. So, did he agree to it? Not place Garlemald in the depth of our enemies. Have, however, been ordered to search for ceruleum outside. So you are under my watch, you will come with me. Very well. After all, many hands make light work. Huh. You lot are more trouble than you're worth. I don't fully understand why he doesn't like that we're helping them Once we're outside, you'll follow my instructions to the letter. We depart shortly. Sure thing there, bud. Jullus finds himself in somewhat bizarre position of leading ambassadors of an enemy contingent on a salvage mission. We'll begin our search for ceruleum at the Regio Urbanisma. First location is for Solius, parked to the northwest of this station. You are to remain close at all times and act only as ordered. Follow me. This is a park. I'm surprised they found space for one amongst all these buildings. Actually, the recreational areas came first. The houses were later built around them. A healthy society requires communal spaces for children to play and adults to socialize. This park was named after the founding father of the empire, the great Solus Oscalvus. Okay. Sure. Come to extract ceruleum from the wrecked Magitech armor? No, we've already drained it dry. Same goes for the rest of the machina in the vicinity. But as our ceruleum has been stolen, we must scour the city for every last drop. And while I don't expect to find anything here, I've decided to try one more time in case something has been overlooked. I see. Then with your permission, we'll commence the search. Shop counter. Rather small by Garlean standard, the structure is reminiscent of a merchant's stall. Perhaps it was built for children to play shopkeeper. There is nothing inside resembling Magitech or any other device that would be fueled by ceruleum. War machine or wreckage. Cursory inspection of the wreck. Magitech armor confirms that fuel canisters have long since been drained of ceruleum. Oh, duh. Construction is built in the style of Imperial war machine, armed with a battery of weapons and capable of transforming into different configurations. But on closer inspection, it appears to be no more than a children's slide. Oh, that's fucking great, dude. Okay, fair enough, but where the fuck is the last one? No. Map from Solius. Several points of interest are marked on the map of foreign Solius. Pawns, children's play area, to your knowledge, however, none would require the use of ceruleum. Two. Any luck? Oh, sorry. There's no sign of any ceruleum. Hardly surprising, but this is disappointing nonetheless. Couldn't help but notice you gazing at the pond. Is something the matter? Oh, yes, I mean, no, I'm... Just, I used to bring my brother and sister here to play. Pond was heated to stop it from freezing over, so like all other children, I had to wade in and splash about. Would have stayed there if I didn't drag him out. Be sopping wet when all was said and done. Every time. Every time when we get home, Mother would scold us, saying we'd catch her death walking around like that. The pond was heated. With a ceruleum-powered heater, by chance? I suppose it must have been, come to think of it. I remember seeing engineers changing out the tank beneath a hatch. That was a long time ago, when the water still flowed clear and wasn't this brackish muck. Can't see a thing. Can't remember where the hatch might be. The machinery most likely broken. The amount of filth in there is probably the only reason it hasn't frozen over. Wager it's still unbearably cold though. Jonas, what are your thoughts on magic? Average Garlean would jump out of their skin if they saw it, but the first has a few foreign signifying medici. Doesn't scare me. Then I take it you won't mind if I employ a little now. No, as you have the knack for finding dry wood, why don't you bring me some? Once that's done, plaster or fire should do the trick. me. You're not planning on going in there, are you? Of course I am. The tank isn't going to fetch itself. Nothing so involved as extracting unprocessed ceruleum from a frozen lake, like how the tappers do it. We're talking about a shallow pond in a park. We have a way of warming ourselves up after. But that's insane. So, fancy dip. Little friendly competition might make things interesting. Last thing we need is you catching a cold. Step aside while I drink the pond dry. That way we'll find it in no time. Friendly competition though. As one to find a ceruleum tank is a rotten egg. I dare say, we'll both smell like rotten eggs when this is over. Delve into the murky water, but come up empty-handed. To add injury to insult, the icy wind on your damp clothing chills you to the bone. Chilled to the bone. The murky, blah blah blah. Chilled to the bone. Make water interferes, catch on what you think might be a handle. Cutscene. Open the hatch and retrieve a ceruleum tank. However, your grand discovery comes at a great personal cost, as you become acutely aware of the freezing cold and rancid odor emanating from every ilm of your body. Julius will doubtless feel compelled to pinch his nose shut when you deliver him your prize. Tasty. You find any? I hope you did. That's it. Still some ceruleum left. The fire's still not ready. Hold on, I'll give Alphino a hand. Hey, Roven, what up? Calling Alden because by fire I am reborn. My clothes are mostly dry now too. Appreciate you recovering the ceruleum, but I wish you'd taken the time to discuss the plan with me beforehand. Despite the way you've been treated in Lord Quince's eyes, you're still unwise deserving of protection. If you were to die on my watch, he'd be most displeased. Concern is duly noted, but all's well that ends well. Julius, you mentioned coming here with your younger siblings. Did you grow up in Garlemald? I did, not far from here. Father was an accomplished researcher in his youth, and for his contributions to the Empire, awarded an estate. Lived well, better than many. Rovan, how are you today? What was Garlemald like in those days? Everything. It was everything you could imagine, and so much more. Even during the coldest winters, we always found warmth and comfort at home. Coming in from the snow, taking off your coat, sitting down for a hot meal with family, visiting friends and relatives, receiving that same welcome, knowing they had everything they needed, walking down the street, seeing the lights in all the houses, hearing the faint sounds of laughter and song, of happiness. And although the summers came and went all too quickly, that brief respite, the ice would melt and the forgotten grass make its triumphant return. They sent her home with a steroid inhaler and cough meds. That's something. Dude, that sounds... That sounds so rough, and then you know it's like... Yeah, she got asthma medication. Whoa. Rovan, I think you're dying. What happened there? Failed range error encoding overrun buffer? What? But why would it post such a weird message in? And it's supposed to be okay. You broke something, that's for sure. Grey clouds gave way to blue skies. Some mornings we climbed to the top of the tallest building we could find and watched the sunrise. Never again. Those rooftops are rubble. Those friends are dead. Those memories. If I can reclaim even a fraction of what we once had. Soon, chance will come. Just need to hold on a little longer. Is it putting us immediately into another thing? No. Okay. I have no idea where this wants to take us, but I'm gonna... I'm apparently not gonna park myself up here. That's lame, I guess. Also, there is a lot of sitting on edges in this. Especially on edges we can't sit on. Yeah, I'm gonna take a break because I need a break. I've been good. I've only been taking breaks every 2 hours. I have, however, had food every 4. So yeah, I'm gonna take a break and then I'm gonna take do another session. And then I'm gonna go have me some dinner. I think it's the glory that is cup noodles and I don't know, some sadness. Probably. Might find me an egg. We'll see. But yeah, it's fucking not payday until Monday, so anyway, I'm see you all soon. Enjoy some tunes. Go retweet the thing if you haven't already. There it is. And I'm gonna see you all in a bit.
When I see you in the morning, will you still want to be true? I can dream, I can dream that we'll see a brighter day. And I'm alive, more alive than I've ever been your way. And I'm alive, more alive than I've ever been your way. something to say to lovers turn to strangers, but they stay fools. I'll break the chains, take the pain to save you. Save you, baby, I've been high and low. All the feelings I won't show. It's better if I let you go. You'll be better off alone. Pretty little fears I got, second guessing every shot. I won't lie, no I won't lie. I'm free but now I'm lost. Freedom comes at a cost. I won't lie, not this time.
And we're back. For anyone new, welcome in. For anyone still here, thank you.
Ain't nothing we haven't tried. I'll sing you one last goodbye. And I want the so ready or
Let's see. Oh yes. So glad you just decided to stand there. Now that the fire is burned out, Chalice is ready to move on. Alright, now that we've recovered from your escapades in the pond, there's another location I'd like to search just outside the park. I wonder where it could be. As you can see, this place is littered with the remnants of various types of war machine. While my comrades and I have already recovered the tanks from less damaged units, those that took more severe beating are harder to scavenge. We decided to save those for another time, that time being now. Rather than price them apart piece by piece, it would be quicker to remove the outer casing using compact explosives. With luck, we'll gain access to the tanks without rupturing them. Though the force generated by these devices is relatively weak, I would advise you stand well clear to avoid being hit by any shrapnel. Before even bothering though, you should check the machine's ceruleum gauge to see if there is any left. Should still provide an accurate reading even when the unit itself is inactive. The gauge is broken. Let you decide whether to use an explosive or not. Should you need more, come to me. Understood. Let's get to work. I think I'm too close. Yep. Successfully removing the outer casing, returning the ceruleum tank, you find it completely empty. Fuck you! Okay, so we have to try this one then. It's still half full, or half empty, depending on one's perspective. Either way, Chalice will surely be pleased by your discovery. More explosives? Wait, is that what I think it is? Tank. It's half, but it's something. Then again, truly luck is on your side. With this, we should be able to refuel quite a few of our heaters. It's time we headed back. Wait here while I go see how Alcé and Alfie are faring. Destination. And now we enter cutscene purgatory. Yeah.
Finally escaped the watchful gaze of your keepers, have we? Don't react. You'll only draw attention to yourself. Just carry on as you are and listen. After you left with the Garlean lad, Lucia bade a few of us scouts follow you at a discreet distance. We observed you being led into the station, but decided against venturing inside.
Smart.
When you emerged sometime later, and we saw that the twins were sporting Magitech collars, it was clear what had taken place. Now, as quietly as you can, tell me everything. The Legatus himself, eh? Now there's a surprise. This is also the first I've heard of a plan to join forces with the 10th and storm the Tower of Babel. An interesting development, and perhaps the opportunity we've been waiting for. Our comrades back at the camp also received some rather promising news, but it's still too early to get our hopes up. For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
Okay.
With luck, this will all be over soon. Until then.
They had not gone far.
We searched high and low, but no luck, I'm afraid. I might have guessed you'd be the only one to find anything.
I wasn't expecting much to begin with. Eventually, there will be nothing left out here for us to safely salvage. For now, this will have to suffice. We should return to the station.
Yes.
Ah, there you are. Heard you'd gone hunting for ceruleum above ground. Brought back a king's ransom?
Hardly. But thanks to these three, we have enough to last a little while longer.
Well, well. It's not at all as I was expecting, these ones. For savages, they seem positively docile.
You know.
It's a poor attempt at humor. In all honesty, I'm grateful for your efforts. But even with another night of warmth, there are those among us who may not live to see the morrow.
I trust your expedition was fruitful.
Lord Quintus!
Use what you procured to refuel the armor.
But, sir, what about the heaters for the camp?
The time for action is upon us. My men and I have matters to discuss. In the meantime, you are to wait here. Do not forget, You are being watched.
Man, I so want to pull that nail out of his forehead. God damn. Dun dun dun. No, so what's really interesting is that
The time for action. What did he mean by that?
it's the fucking radio, dude.
I can only speculate. Clearly something requiring their magitech, given what we just heard. Whether they plan to utilize it now, or after they join with the 10th, is another question.
That dress is so pretty.
Will they ever escape this cold? Return to and reclaim the idyllic spaces of which Eula spoke?
Jules. Jules.
Finished your war, Council?
Huh.
Alphino and Alizé are to stay here as our prisoners.
Mm-hmm.
They will be released once your comrades have relinquished their supplies and withdrawn from Garlean soil.
Of course.
Until our terms are met, they will be detained at a separate location.
Poor Jules.
After everything we've said and done, this is how you treat us.
Are you surprised?
Our allies have but limited supplies. They may stave off cold and starvation for a short while, but what then?
Go on. Press the button. Dude, bitch.
For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
Get them out of here.
They will be fine, providing they do not resist. Yeah, you say so. Once again, Jules has been entrusted with an unenviable task. You'll accompany me back to your camp, where I will meet with your leader and present Lord Quintus's demands. Before we depart, however, there is something I would ask of you. Assuming your contingent complies, supplies they surrender will need to be transported here. That task falls to the legionaries Selinus and Octavia. We'll pilot magic armor to your headquarters. You are to inform them that we are leaving shortly. Tell them to ask the eel for further details in those words. Once you've seen to that, meet me by the exit. Hey. Me again. So that's to be the way of it after all this. Ironic that you should be the one to deliver the news. If those are my orders, then so be it. For glory. Garlemald. Bitch. Do you want with me? You know, Lord Quintus has reached a decision. New would understand. He would recognize this savage is a ruthless, merciless creature, and to defeat him, we too must be uncompromising. I'm ready. In the name of Emperor Varys, for the glory of Garlemald, I will fulfill my duty. Yeah. Sure thing there, bud. Dude, I hate that we can't attune to this. It will be so helpful later. Done as instructed. What do you mean by ask the ill? Not at liberty to divulge that. What I can say is this: you have no cause for concern if our demands are met. You and I are in this together now, like it or not. We have to cooperate. There is one other matter. Place I'd like to visit on the way to your camp. Short walk from here. Follow me. It's his old home, isn't it? Or rather, the remains of his old home. This music seems surprisingly fitting. Lingers by the ruins, reluctant to leave and reluctant to stay. Unable to move on. Wait, he's where? Oh. It's his house.
This is my home.
Told you.
Our home.
Fucking told you.
At least it was, until that night. I was with Lord Quintus when the capital fell, and thus spared. My family, who did not own a radio, were less fortunate. When dawn came, I made my way here. My parents, my little brother and sister, they were still inside. But they weren't themselves, and they tried to. And I had to.
Oh shit.
I'd promised to take them away from the capital that very morning, to somewhere safe, to hide until the fighting stopped. I promised.
Garlean flag bears a chain. The bonds between our countrymen. A red link at its center. The blood of the fallen. Our loved ones who lived and died for Garlemald.
You're all fucking crazy.
But if she too fell, who would be left to remember them and their sacrifice? What enduring proof would there be that they were ever here?
Memories?
If we had turned to your gods, would they have saved us?
I don't know.
I'm sorry, forget I spoke. We should go.
I want your blade.
It's no use. Believe me, I do not enjoy being here any more than you. But she wanted us to play along, so that is what we will do.
Mm-hmm.
So cold.
Painfully so. Unbearably.
I've been thinking about what Quintus said. About why no one would accept Garlean rule. Irreconcilable differences. When coexistence isn't an option, only conquest remains. Varys at Gimlet said much the same. Only by uniting the world beneath a single standard would we rid ourselves of the Ascians. United as one people. One race cleansed of imperfections. A cold and unforgiving vision. And when we fail to live up to their standards, what place is there for us in their world? But the truly sad, truly frustrating thing is how damnably similar it all is to the lofty ideals of Father and the Forum. Non-intervention. Always non-intervention. Protect our knowledge and our people, and to hells with the rest of you.
Yep.
And yet, I can see how it happened. Varys and Father looked to their elders for guidance and took their virtues as their own. But for this world was of their making. In who else could they place their trust? All of us lost in a sea of chaos. Searching desperately for purpose and meaning. But it shouldn't just be an extension of another's. It has to be ours. It has to be. We all have a stake in this world. No one should be silenced.
I won't deny that we lack the experience of people such as Father or Quintus. Perhaps they've come to see the world as a series of problems, and the most efficient way of solving them, to reduce everything to fundamental forms. A stone is a stone, a cloud, a flower, no more than that. Simple descriptions that strip the subject of distinguishing characteristics. A man is a man, divided according to race, creed, or allegiance, and to some, defined by such associations.
Is that what you think?
I I think we're being
In my
kicked
misbegotten youth.
Emotional dick here.
But what I believed wisdom was no more than aggressive ignorance. I've since learned to look beyond the banners and the politics. To see people as individuals with their own hopes and dreams. As for my dream of building a better world, well, every day I'm reminded that it is far more complex than I had ever imagined. But it only spurs me onward, to find the wisdom and the strength to see it through to the very end.
Fair. No. Oh.
All of our supplies and an immediate withdrawal. These are your conditions?
Demands. And you forgot about the airship. Once again, you will leave one behind. It will be used to return the prisoners. Their collars will be removed prior to the exchange.
So in the end, not even Father's expertly worded rhetoric could deter you from your chosen course.
Asnal?
Huh?
Not that I thought for a moment that it would. I've no love for violence, of course, but ours is a cause worth fighting for. I just wish he'd realize it too. Sometimes the only way to protect the ones you love is to take a stand, to refuse to suffer in silence. I want you to know I share your conviction. Whether it be on the battlefield or in the debating chamber, I won't back down. I guess what I'm saying is...
You've found your own reason to fight.
Yes. Yes, I have. God's willing, there will come a day when we can finally lay down our arms, and there will be peace. But not until the Telophoroi have been defeated once and for all.
I'm sure there's going to be something else.
And you, brother, will have a vital part to play. By your words and deeds, you'll lead the way.
I pray I am up to the task.
There'll always be naysayers. Those who think us fools for even trying. It's easy for learned elites to criticize earnest efforts and assert their moral superiority, all without offering alternatives. Not that their sophistry has ever wounded you. So stubborn and strong. Stronger than you even know. Don't ever change, you hear me? If you stumble, I'll be there to catch you. Or give you a thick ear. Maybe both, for good measure.
Thank you, Alize.
Death both for good measure.
The scouts have secured Alize and Alfino. Their collars were removed without complication as well.
Uh-oh.
They report no casualties, not for their party nor the guards, who will wake from their premature slumber in due course.
It would appear the situation has changed. I propose new terms. We have information that will be of great interest to Lord Quintus, and I wish to speak with him in person.
No. In the event you rejected our first proposal, we came prepared with a second.
Ambush!
More are coming! Make ready!
We, the loyal soldiers of the First Legion, proud servants of Garlemald, of the fallen Emperor Varys, shall safeguard these lands from the barbarian hordes until our countrymen return!
Stop! Both of you! This child may be the worst emissary I have ever seen.
We received an urgent communication from the Grand Company of Eorzea. Envoys from the Imperial Army, led by members of the 10th Legion, came to Alamigo and requested an audience. They explained that their efforts to coordinate the reclamation of the capital with the aid of the 4th, 5th, 8th, and 12th had ended in failure. Communication between most legions has broken down entirely. Most of the 10th's conscripts have deserted, leaving their forces severely depleted. That is why, unable to continue the fight on their own, they and their allies turned to the Grand Company of Eorzea for aid.
Oh, sucks to suck, doesn't it?
Lies! Every word!
It is the truth, and I have not finished. The 10th has requested that we deliver a message to Lord Quintus.
Oh, yeah?
Have the ill stand down.
You have been listening, my lord? What are your orders?
Inform her that we will honor the 10th's decision. Bereft of hope, and now dignity. I release you from your duty. All of you.
We're like 6 nations who've come together to help these people out.
I take solace, your radiance, in the knowledge you are not here to witness our debasement. 'Twas a grand, glorious dream we shared. Of a world united, of peace and prosperity. We are ghosts, you and I, memories of days gone by. Bonds forged in blood that I will not see tarnished.
Oh.
Quickly! We have to reach the station before it's too late.
If there is still a chance that Quintus will agree to a truce, we must take it.
I just hope we get there before he and his men do something rash.
Damn. I wasn't prepared for that. Much more has occurred since last we met. As for determining what comes next, we must speak with Lord Quintus. Yeah, about that. Media crisis averted. Sia seeks to gain a clear understanding of the present situation. It's fucked, dude. Before we proceed, tell me what you know of this First Legion and the disposition of their forces. Well, that should be fairly quick. They were preparing for war while the refugees in their care were left to go hungry. Reckless, short-sighted plan risks the welfare of the people they are sworn to protect. Nevertheless, we cannot compel them to accept our aid if we were to arrive in force with the intent to do so. We would only incite panic. But perhaps they can be persuaded to follow one of their own. Codiolus back to the station and have him lead the refugees here. Some may be unwilling or unable to leave, but for the time being, I'll take what I can get. Lord Alice and the scouts sent to extricate them should already be at the station. Also have our other comrades in the area lend their support should it be needed. Understood. Oh man, he is not having a good day. What do you have? Ether current? No. Yeah, catch me if you can. Hello. Heal us. Just before you did it and too late. Too late for what? What's happened? Sir Quintus, he took his own life. After news about the tent, he relieved us of our duties. Then, when he was alone, he... No, he wouldn't. But he did. Tancred and the others, assisted by the soldiers, have seen to the remains. And they, of course, shall the legatus be afforded a proper burial. Release us from our duty. Wanted us to be free to choose our own fate. Out him to guide us where I... Just as Moen spoken with Lucia. Ready to commence the transfer of refugees here to Camp Broken Glass, should they be willing to accept our aid. Some would rather die. Most of us just want to live. Songs and standards be damned. Just want to live. Need to speak with the refugees. Have to decide for themselves if they wish to come with us. Any would prefer to stay, we can have supplies brought over for them. It'll be a hard journey for the others, but we'll see they reach our camp safely. Oh, coughs, dude. Fucking dying. I think my coughing alone is probably reason enough to like consider saving for a dynamic mic. Wait, that actually cancelled. Oh well. Upstairs contingent actually makes some kind of difference around here. That is a very different tone than what you had. Oh, their person probably died. Pretty loud. Only ever dream, wasn't it? Think we could reclaim it, rebuild it all ourselves. For this all began, I sent my wife and daughter away to the provinces. If there's a chance I might see them again, I'll take it. Take me. Take me with you, please. Hey, now I get it. I mean, I guess that does make sense since we're like, you know. Oh, got these rights sorted. In the end, all it took was a few adjustments. Now it works as well as it ever did. What I can tell, the one in late room is also functioning as normal. That's where your lot are staying, isn't it? Now that most of us are packing up and leaving this place, I reckon there'll be more use for me and my skills over at your camp. Sick. There's a side quest here. There's 2 side quests here. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of tempted to take them. you. When you treated me with such kindness. Heard from the others that you're not from around here. Thought you were one of us. Not that it makes much difference now. Pure bloods, migrants, savages. After a while, the words start to lose meaning. Until all you're left with is anger and fear and hate, and I'm too tired. If you and yours have come to offer aid, I'll gladly accept. I'd be glad to accept. I can read. Shut up. See, that's the thing. I never know if I want to, like, burn all my side quests immediately. What the fuck is in all of this? What are you wearing, and how do I get one? Examine. Ravel keepers? No way. It is. Oh yeah, it has that weird body paint looking thing. Oh, that's actually really cool. Okay, Alfie. We have much to discuss. Rescuing the attack on Camp Broken Glass. What we hope to talk about with Quintus. All that can wait. More urgent matters demand our attention. Any of the refugees willing to come to our camp? Most of them. Thank the 12. Thank the 12. You and I should go first and secure the route back to Camp Broken Glass. With all the creatures and tempered skulking about, I expect we'll have our hands full. This should come in handy. Conqueror's chain courtesy of our Lamenton friends. I'd save it for them tempered though. I'll mark a few spots that need surveying on your map. Once you've taken care of the riffraff, we'll meet back at our camp. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. That sounds like she's looking for Violus, right? Going by the hair alone, though. I think this music is starting to get to me. There you are. Expected I ran into a few beasts who went down without much of a fight. Tempered proved somewhat troublesome, but those chains should keep them under control until our allies take them into custody. That taken care of, I to gather a few supplies and then return to the station. While I see to that, would you mind apprising Lucia of our progress? As it happens, I have some rather pertinent information from our recent scouting forays. But I'll save that for later. First things first and all that. Yo, enjoy the event. Yeah, I'll be going for another 50 minutes or so. Then I need to get up and get me some actual food. Man, I was informed of Quintus' suicide. It must have come as a great shock to his men. What are refugees? I'm told some are receptive to our proposal, but I would hear your first-hand account. But so many did not hesitate to accept proves how desperate the situation has become. We'll do our best to make them feel welcome. Troops who participated in the ambush are no exception. They will be afforded the same treatment as any other refugees. Notwithstanding. After all, even if I wanted to make an example of them, there is no one left to learn from it. I'll tell our allies that these soldiers were acting under the direct orders of their legatus, and that following his suicide, they offered a full and unconditional surrender. Perhaps Quintus thought that had he lived, he would be tried as a war criminal, and his men punished with him. Perhaps by taking his own life, he hoped to absolve them of any culpability. Or perhaps, like too many others, he was a true believer to the end. Who can say? I didn't know the man, or his heart. His reasons, noble or otherwise, died with him, and it falls to us to clean up the mess. She has further news for you. Oh yeah? I assume you're curious about how matters have progressed here in your absence. Quite well, as it happens. Now that we've procured ceruleum from the tappers, then the recently repaired heaters can provide much needed warmth. Furthermore, we've prepared sufficient food for everyone. Those from Tertian shall find a hot meal waiting upon their arrival. There's one for you, so go ahead and get some well-earned rest. I believe that we're capable of wielding a ladle or two without your assistance. Are you, though? On your way, might I ask you seek out Yustola? She was but recently attending to the wounded, but she's meant to be taking a rest herself. See that she is. Okay, fine. I'll go be the nanny. Yes, I've been taking proper breaks and imbibing sufficient water. But what of the Warrior of Light? You and the twins have an established history of reckless disregard for your own well-being. All fortunate that none of you landed yourself in my care. I've already quite enough to deal with between the tempered and first wounded. Alas, though I can mend their bodies, told their experiences have taken on their hearts and minds is another matter altogether. Their sakes we mustn't waver, nor must we rush ahead in eagerness to see the day one, and so doing invite disaster. Upon settling down for supper, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Oh god. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Okay. Settle down for a restful supper. Yes. Creepy ass fucking Serena. Oh, it's so good. Oh.
Is that all of them?
Probably.
The last of those who agreed to join us, yes.
Okay.
We left heaters and provisions for those who wish to stay behind. They won't last forever, but hopefully they'll last long enough.
For now, I think everyone's earned a rest. We'll see to those in need of medical attention, so take the others with you and get yourselves some hot soup.
Soup.
Warmth. At last.
Huh?
Marvelous, isn't it?
Fucking
All thanks to the resourceful machinists of Ishgard, I might add. On their behalf, I bid you warm yourself to your heart's content.
Oh.
Hold on. Your people might have scribbled a few things on a piece of parchment, but it was our Leminson Smiths that put the bloody things together.
Well, be that as it may, we single-handedly got the interior heating up and running again, didn't we?
The hells you did! We were there every step of the way.
We? You barely raised a finger to help, you ale-sodden reprobate.
I did a damn sight more than you, you lily-livered bilge rat.
Take that back!
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
Here. At ease, man. There's nothing funny in it.
Where's your eyebrow, sir?
I'm from Alamigo, but was a conscript until recently. Used to eat this with the officers.
Apparently, it's adapted from a steppe recipe. This is my first time trying it, and I have to say, it's not half bad.
Mmm. It's a bit too flavorful for my liking.
Perhaps compared to what you're used to.
It's the little things that make life worth living, don't you think?
Sure. Oh, here we have the meltdown.
I know this is not a dream, and yet... I felt the same way at the Dragon Song War's end. Every morning I would step outside and need to be reminded that it wasn't my imagination. That my world had been forever changed.
Yeah.
And just as I had grown accustomed to the idea, again you change my world in ways I never thought possible.
It happens.
Were it not for you and your fellow scions, the rift between man and dragon and myriad tribes might never have been bridged.
Maybe. We'll never know.
The Grand Company of Eorzea. The Ilsabard contingent. We owe it all to you.
Yeah, but like, no, but like, yeah.
We've shed many tears in recent days, of pain and sorrow, triumph and joy. I much prefer the latter.
Often don't have the luxury of choice.
Indeed. We can but do our utmost to unite these disparate peoples and lead them to victory.
It is a remarkable achievement. Everything that I and the Populares had hoped for, and more.
Would that it had come sooner.
Indeed. Too many are not here to see it. And yet, there is a warmth in my breast, as if they still share in this moment.
Yes, I know what you mean. On a night like tonight, the wind and cold seem to pass me by.
that's the scream of the final days.
On behalf of the Gallian Empire, thank you for inviting me today.
What? Emperor Varys?
Oh god.
They are being tempered. The talismans. Quickly!
Save me, brave hero! Ahem. My lord has requested your presence, and I would hate to disappoint him.
Yoink. God damn.
The experiment was a success, but I fear our time is short. I shall begin the preparations. Now, it is time for you to awaken.
Oh yeah? Well, that took an unexpected
Good morrow
turn.
to you. Here, have a taste before it gets cold. Oh, but be sure to remove your helmet. Take a moment, too, to familiarize yourself with that borrowed flesh.
What now?
So, how does it feel? I, for one, find those first moments within a new body to be most refreshing. We had a Magitech engineer by the name of Aulus to thank for this method of soul extraction and implantation. I believe the two of you met briefly in Alamigo.
I'm not
His
sure how
was
I
a
feel
rather
about this.
sticky end, wasn't it? Thankfully, he was thoughtful enough to leave behind his mind-jack technology. I took the liberty of making some improvements and selecting you as my esteemed test subject.
Of course you would. This is such a pain in the arse.
Come now. To us Asians, it is no different from trying on new clothes. Why not make the most of it by partaking in this fine cuisine? I must say, I have gone to great lengths to reunite you with my lord. When I discovered that his friend was in this neck of the woods, I suggested inviting you over for dinner. He never deigned to respond, but I took his silence as a resounding yes. Oh my! Daddy is pleased his grumpy little boy has finally found his playmate. Exposition is in order.
Fuck.
The Gallian Empire has long outlawed all forms of religion. No gods to worship, no risk of summoning. Brilliantly simple. But people being people must turn to something or someone in their hour of need. Who then?
Oh no.
Why, His Radiance the Emperor, of course. As you have observed firsthand,
Garlemald has seen better days.
Well,
The legendary Solus Zosgalvus, dead. Provinces near and far in open rebellion. Our bold new emperor assassinated. And that last one even sparked a civil war. What rotten luck. The people cried out for salvation. Their earnest pleas, one might even call them prayers, a supplication united for the Empire to reclaim her former glory. And so their will did manifest, channeled through the corpse of none other than Emperor Varus himself. And lo, the Savior was born, the embodiment of the Garlean spirit, their anima. It calls to its subjects, compelling them to take up arms and fight. And just as the wealth and power gravitate towards the Empire's capital, so too does ether from every corner of the globe. The towers with which you and your allies have been so preoccupied were created as an extension of Anima itself. An ingenious design. Would you not agree, my lord?
Is Van Daniel growing as a villain on anyone else? Like, stupid name aside.
Does the pursuit of prey you have bested before excite you?
It depends.
Of course not. Absent the challenge, the thrill, your prize is a hollow victory. Butchery. Perhaps you think that to be the extent of my promise. I have no doubt fallen in your estimation since Alamigo. Fair enough. But do not let your disdain deprive us, of an opportunity to craft an even more majestic moment of euphoria. I have been honing my craft as I set the stage for our reunion. Wheresoever there is suffering and despair, you appear to fulfill your duty as defender of this star.
Yeah, pretty much.
The chaos and destruction that my hordes have wrought are my gifts to you alone.
God damn.
At a loss for words? No matter. As you will learn, I have only just begun.
Oh, will you not finish your meal?
There is only one thing that can sate my hunger. And it would seem my friend has lost her appetite. I hoped this display of civility might prove an entertaining diversion, but clearly we are above such pretensions. While my lifeless body was in the possession of the Ascian, I too claimed another's as my own. It was an enlightening experience to fight in an unfamiliar form. Flaws and failings in my technique were plain to see. Whence rises one's true strength? The flesh? The soul? Perhaps you should like to discover the answer for yourself. Or together.
Nah, dude.
Oh dear! Whatever would happen if my lord were to greet your friends as you? I shudder to imagine what carnage he would wreak. We'd better hurry if we want to avert the bloodbath. You can thank me later for my generosity.
Fuck, they're good villains. Oh man. I didn't want them to be, but they are.
Ah, there it is. Your camp, I believe. If I were to hazard a guess, I would say that you, the other you, is making her way there as we speak.
Oh, that's so fucked up. Oh man, that's so
Alas,
fucked up.
This you will have to walk from here. Or run, if you can manage it. My lord would be cross if I made it too easy. Such ingratitude. I'd not squander this fighting chance. After all, you've obstacles enough to overcome. Right on cue. Tempered soldiers, withstanding orders to kill those not sworn to Anima. Under normal circumstances, you would make short work of them. But on this occasion, the odds are not so heavily stacked in your favor.
Fuck off. Fuck all the way off. God damn. In from the cold. We're fucked. I
Not bad at all, given your diminished capacity. Nevertheless, 'twould perhaps be prudent to keep to the shadows, scurrying about like a rodent.
This is Major League impractical. Yeah, I'm gonna die. We can do nothing with that one. Oh yeah, we're dead. Oh, that's fucking rough. Are you serious? Are you fucking serious? It couldn't just give me... Yeah, I'm aware.
Not bad at all, given your diminished capacity. Nevertheless, 'twould perhaps be prudent to keep to the shadows, scurrying about like a rodent.
Possession of your own body, you may have the capacity to subdue rather than slay this type of soldier. In this battle, you are unable to use your full extent of your powers to reach campaign as quickly. You should avoid combat wherever possible. If you are undiscovered, your foes will give chase. Magitek units are especially powerful, and chances of defeating them in your current state are slim at best. Right, so this Dead Reaper, though. Oh, we found a medkit. Well, that's probably helpful. Yo, we can't fucking sprint or nothing. Are you telling me I'm just fucking trapped in here? Dude, I think the worst part about this is that I can't sprint at all. Oh, yes. Thank you, dude. I had no idea. Dude, I'm gonna fucking fail this on time. Oh yes, a medkit. Oh, and you guys respawned too. I'm so glad. Because, like, this isn't difficult enough. Yeah, I'm gonna run out of time. Searched it. Oh, it's not that one. Motherfucker. Oh, that's two of them. I'm dead. Oh, there. Oh yeah, this is so fucked. Like, totally. Oh yeah, I'm so fucked. Oh, someone help. I was still alive. Able to escape the blast, you begin to lose consciousness. Of course. Are you for fucking real? Dude, even full on sprinting. That is a tall order, making it there.
It is a miracle we were able to restrain the Tempered without suffering casualties.
A welcome one. Arun, Senna, and the others have their hands full as it is. Thankfully, there are enough scales for everyone.
And what of Euless? His symptoms were particularly severe.
They were, but others fared still worse, including some brought back from the Magna Glacius. As those in most desperate need take priority, it may be a while before he receives treatment. But rest assured that he will. In the meantime, we must find our missing friend. May the Fury guide you.
Of all the bloody times for a disappearing act.
Right when the first wave struck, we'd be fools to think it a coincidence. But where even to begin the search? No one saw her leave in the chaos, and we've no trail to follow.
While I know full well she can handle herself, I worry all the same.
Ah, speak of the devil.
Well, time to call off the search.
Case closed.
Are you sure about that?
That's her, over there.
Aye, 'twould appear so. Thou art struggling to perceive her presence?
I am. Perhaps, in the aftermath of the wave, there is some residual effect interfering with my faculties. But...
Where have you been? We've been worried sick.
Now. All's well that ends well. Are you all right?
Are you all right?